I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, on Friday I indicated a member was absent from the House in I believe in answering a question in question period, and I want to apologize to the whole House for breaking that rule.
Tabling report. Oh, sorry about that. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition from concerned Nova Scotians with the operative clause of which being, whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years. Therefore, be it resolved that the government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. There are approximately 35 signatures on the petition, and I have affixed my signature to the petition as required by Rule 63.5.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill, Bill number 3, an act to amend Chapter 1, 1992, Supplement of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the House of Assembly Act. The committee recommends the bill to the favourable consideration of the House without amendment.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole, House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to table an other paper. This is a statement from our former Auditor General, Michael Pickup, also former Auditor General of British Columbia. He said the proposed changes to the Auditor General Act would irreparably affect the ability of the office to carry out its mandate by eroding the independence, which makes its work possible. The Auditor General is an independent officer of the legislature reporting directly to the House of Assembly. The Auditor General is not a political hire or attached to any political party.
Order. It's not a time to read the statement. It's just a time to table it. Can you please table the statement? Thank you. The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling a document I should have tabled earlier, but it ended up in my bag instead. It is from the Halifax Examiner, and it's called The Erosion of Democratic Norms.
The document is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Oh, I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Sale of Products Containing, I'll just say PFAS because it's a long name.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Sale of Products Containing PFAS and PFAS Substances.
Bill 34, an act respecting the sale of products containing perfluoroalkyl and perfluoroalkyl substances.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honorable leader for the, oh, no, sorry. We gotta have another bill. All right, I ask that when I say, introduction of the bills, people stand up and not wait till we move on. I recognize the honorable member for Cumberland North.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2014, the Health Authorities Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2014, the Health Authorities Act.
Bill 35, an act to amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2014, the Health Authorities Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Okay. Notices of motion. I recognize the honorable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Auditor General helps Nova Scotians understand how their government is spending and managing tax dollars, and whereas Communications Nova Scotia helped Nova Scotians understand what their government was doing and why, and whereas the annual accountability report on emergency departments helps Nova Scotians see what progress, if any, their government is making to ensure they have access to emergency care when they need it the most, therefore be it resolved that this House set aside a period of not less than 40 minutes on Wednesday, February 25th, 2025 to consider reversing these decisions and others that will take impartial information sources away from Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several. Oh, wait a second. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Nova Scotia's Team Black, who won bronze this weekend at this year's Scotties Tournament of Hearts. Team Black represented Nova Scotia proudly while playing some incredible games last week, finishing the round robin with a standing of 6-2 and advancing to the playoffs. Playing against some of the best teams, not just in Canada, but in the world. Team Black played well and left everything on the ice. Their last match was a close one, where the final point was determined by measuring rocks. I would like to congratulate Team Black, and specifically alternate Marley Powers, lead Carly Everest, second Jennifer Baxter, vice skip Jill Brothers, skip Christina Black, and coach Stuart McLean. You all made Nova Scotia proud, and we can't wait to see what is in store for Team Black. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. In Sackville, we're so fortunate to have ready access to the region's natural beauty through a variety of public spaces. Among Sackville's most prized features are our numerous lakes, which are circled by well-maintained and scenic trails stretching for kilometers. I rise today to recognize the efforts of the Sackville Parks and Lakes Association in the continued maintenance and recent addition to Sackville's trails. The Sackville Lakes Parks and Trails Association is a volunteer nonprofit which cares for the trails in Sackville Lakes Provincial Park, and the community was very pleased to be given access to a new path. The Beach Hill Trail officially opens in September, adding even more capacity to the impressive Trans-Canada Trail system. Speaker, the work of these volunteers deserves sincere commendation for providing our community with priceless amenities. I ask that all members in attendance join me in recognizing the volunteers of the Sackville Parks and Lakes Association.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize and commend the exceptional contributions of Sean Levine to our community. Sean has dedicated extensive time and effort to researching and crafting challenging and entertaining trivia questions for the Prospect Road Community Centre's Trivia Night. This engaging event, which spans 2 hours, has become a cherished tradition within our community, bringing together residents of all ages for an evening of fun and camaraderie. Thanks to Sean's meticulous preparation and creativity, each trivia night is filled with laughter, learning, entertainment, and a spirit of friendly competition. Sean's commitment to ensuring a high-quality and enjoyable experience for all participants is truly commendable. His work not only enriches the event, but also fosters a sense of unity and togetherness among our community members. I extend my deep gratitude to Sean Levine for his invaluable contributions. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Sean's dedication and passion in exemplifying the spirit of community service. We are fortunate to have Sean as part of our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Inside Story Bookstore, a cherished independent bookstore in Greenwood that has been a cornerstone of the community since 1982. Inside Story is more than just a bookstore. It's a gathering place for book lovers, a champion of literacy, and a strong supporter of local authors. With its welcoming atmosphere and knowledgeable staff, the store has fostered a love of reading among generations of residents in Kings West. The dedicated team at Inside Story goes above and beyond to provide personalized recommendations and exceptional service. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in celebrating Inside Story Bookstore and thanking owner and operator Lori Bradley for her continued contribution to the cultural and literary vibrancy of our region. May they continue to inspire multiple generations of readers for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, S&M Counselling is a Black and women-run counselling clinic which is open to location in Dartmouth North. The clinic, with one location on Victoria Road and another in Lower Sackville, is owned by Stacey Darku. Darku employs a team of BIPOC registered counselling therapists and therapist candidates who offer counselling services in English, Farsi, and Arabic. Stacey started S&M at her kitchen table in 2021 during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Since then, the counseling service has been selected to receive financial assistance from the Centre of Women for Women in Business through ACOA, East Coast Credit Union's Community Compass Grant, and Desjardins Group's Good Spark Grant. Stacey herself has been recognized for her efforts to provide mental health support that focuses on racial injustice, sexualized trauma, complex trauma, and addiction. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in celebrating and expressing gratitude to Stacey Darku and the whole S&M counselling team.
Thank you so much. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our community lost a really great guy on the weekend in Arnold Syllaboy. Arnold was a young man who was a role model to many in the Mi'kmaq community and beyond. Arnold worked for the local MP for years, and I saw firsthand the lives that he helped and saved over those years. To many people, he was called Big Chief because he was such a mentor to so many, and he had a heart of gold. He was kind, and I'll tell you, humanity was a better place because he was around. So I send my love to his beautiful wife and his kids, and I rise my place to recognize a great guy, Arnold Syllaboy.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Lemon Hill Community Centre. The volunteers who look after this hall are an exceptional group who do an incredible job of bringing together our community. They hold weekly musical jam sessions on Tuesday evenings and one Sunday afternoon a month. Madam Speaker, I invite you to come watch. These sessions bring together musicians of all ages and levels to share their love of music and their sense of strong communities. During the jam sessions, they have 50-50 draws and a kitchen filled with food and drinks to be enjoyed by everyone in attendance. The funds are used to keep the hall open and the lights on. The volunteers also hold a variety of other fundraisers throughout the year to enable the continued operation of the hall. These hardworking volunteers are another example of Nova Scotians who are dedicated to keeping our rural communities alive and well. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing and thanking the Lemon Hill Community Association volunteers for their dedication and commitment to our local community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Speaker, I rise to recognize the passing of Silver Cross mother, June Usher. June was a 48-year lifetime member of the Army, Navy, and Air Force Unit 270, 22 years Militia Reserve, a lifetime member of the Navy League of Canada, and a volunteer for the Salvation Army, Legions, and Sea Cadets. She was awarded the CD, CD1, the Queen's Silver, Queen's Gold, and Governor General's Volunteer Sovereign Medals. June has spent her life committed to veterans. She has lived a life of service, service to the community, service to veterans. June is loved by so many, including her loving and committed husband of 64 years, Nick Usher, 2 siblings, 3 children, 8 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren. June has always said that when you meet a military member, you should shake their hand or buy them a coffee. She will be missed. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Joanna Wexler for her leadership and dedication to organizing the celebration of Interfaith Harmony Week. Established in 2010 by the UN, World Interfaith Harmony Week aims to foster harmony between people of all faiths, promoting a message of unity and mutual respect. Joanna's efforts have brought together representatives from 10 distinct faith communities across HRM. The festivities include a diverse array of activities providing opportunities for participants to connect and share their unique cultural expressions. Attendees are also treated to beautiful artistic and musical presentations, along with spiritual readings for various traditions, reflecting the rich tapestry of beliefs that make up our communities. Joanna's leadership has not only ensured the success of this event, but also created a welcoming space for all to come together and celebrate diversity. Her work exemplifies the spirit of the week, paving the way for deeper connections and a more harmonious society. I recently had the pleasure of attending this meaningful celebration with my daughter Fred, who enjoyed the performances, engaged with community, and participate in a cultivate a kinder world. I asked the members of the House to join me in recognizing Joanna for her outstanding contributions to fostering interfaith harmony, adding to the collective spirit of unity, and promoting a culture of peace and understanding in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to extend my deepest gratitude to Shelley Killen for the invaluable contribution she made to my team, both as an employee and a volunteer. In June, Shelley came aboard the team to fill in at the constituency office for the month of July. And then when the election was called in October, she graciously agreed to volunteer her time as my office manager. I was so fortunate to have had Shelley as part of the campaign team. She was always willing and available the entire month when I needed her, 7 days a week. Shelley's selflessness and passion to help people has not only assisted constituents in the community, but has also inspired others around her. Volunteers like Shelley are at the heart and soul of communities across Digby and Annapolis, and their support enables us to continue making a positive impact in the entire communities. Thank you so much, Shelley, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress here in Nova Scotia and across Canada. Yesterday marked the 3rd anniversary of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. This conflict has been costly, and even the estimated toll is staggering. Approximately 12,000 Ukrainian civilians have died, and at least 30,000 have been wounded. An estimated 43,000 Ukrainian soldiers and over 200,000 Russian soldiers have died, with many more wounded. The cost of the war thus far is over $300 billion without the plan for reconstruction. Stand With Ukraine rallies were held across the country, including here in Halifax at Grand Parade Square yesterday. Dozens of people gathered to mark this terrible anniversary. We were honored to hear firsthand from those who had survived under Russian occupation, as well as those who have family members directly involved in the conflict. And of course, everyone there had a story of how the conflict had affected them. Madam Speaker, in Nova Scotia, we are honored to be a safe haven and new home for Ukrainians who have fled the Russian invasion, and with them work towards a peaceful and just end to the conflict. Slava Ukrainia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the Cumberland Healthcare Foundation's I Care Awards. I Care Awards are intended to recognize staff members at the Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre for outstanding contributions to the delivery of care. Patients and families are encouraged to make a small donation to the foundation when they want to show appreciation to a member of the team who has gone above and beyond. The person they choose receives a certificate, an eye care pin, and they can proudly wear it at work, and then their name and the excellent work they do is shared on social media. Individuals from all areas of the hospital have been recognized: physicians, nurses, administration, environmental services, dietary and allied health professionals, and more. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking the Cumberland Healthcare Foundation for creating this unique way to recognize the dedicated, caring members of the staff of Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rise my place to recognize the City Curling Club. It was an exciting week for them. They just received a significant boost towards a new facility for the entire CBRM from the federal government. A lot of work has gone in to seeing this become a reality, and for them to see them get the money that they received this week from the federal government is really amazing. So to everyone involved with the board and the volunteers and everybody who make curling a big sport at home and have poured their hearts into the dream of a new building, I congratulate them on this big milestone and hopefully more to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Robert Goyash, who is an active volunteer in Richmond County. Robert is the president of the Fleur-de-Lis Seniors Club, leading and planning and executing all of the club's events. He is also chair of the Straight Richmond Hospital Foundation Board, a co-chair of the Seniors Take Action Coalition, and is a board member with the Louisdale Community Homes. Robert is the treasurer for the Louisdale Lions Club and manages the rental of the Lions Hall and helps with their monthly breakfasts. In his spare time, which he doesn't have a lot of, Robert enjoys spending time with his family and doing crossword puzzles. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in honoring Robert Goyash for his continued dedication and commitment to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Nova Scotia's first professional women's soccer club, the Halifax Tides. Since the unveiling of their team name and logo in June 2024, the club has been busy building their impressive roster of players, both local and international, and running their first training camps. Beyond competition, the Halifax Tides mission statement is to create an environment locally where every player can flourish, every fan can find belonging, and every individual can realize their full potential. By leading with authenticity and warmth, creating moments of joy through unforgettable experiences, and cultivating strong relationships, the Tides will be a thriving professional soccer club that demands global and national attention, and attention from my family for sure. As we approach the inaugural season this spring and the first match April 26th at the Wanderers grounds, I ask this House to join me in celebration of CEO Courtney Sherlock, President Val Malone, and all those who have worked to bring this dream team into reality.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize Vernon Canuck for his continued dedication to our community. He is best known for Canuck Resources, which has operated in our community since 1976, and Vernon's Diner, which has made it in its 18th year of operation. Speaker, as if being a local pillar in the business community wasn't enough, Vernon has turned his philanthropic efforts to providing a healthy and welcoming space with Vernon's walking trails, which provide many kilometers of open space for a community, and an intermediate 18-hole disc golf course for the growing disc golf community. I would like to ask the members of the legislature to join me in thanking Vernon for his public use of his land and his contribution to healthy living in our efforts. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Aero Narendran. Aero has been like a brother to me since 2021. Aero came about as a staff person on my election campaign. And Aero has since been a part of the hard work that has continued to happen in Halifax Needham. Aero leads my outreach team of volunteers and works alongside my EDA to organize events and canvases in my community. I'm also so grateful to have someone like Aero on my team, and his presence is vital into our success. I would like all members of this House to help me thank Errol Narendran for his effort and energy, and he knows what I mean by that. I truly appreciate your work, and especially your outreach work in Halifax, Needham.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to the perseverance and dedication of Michelle Gould-LeBlanc and her mother, Sharon LeBlanc, and other individuals in Cumberland County who have worked so hard to bring a new dialysis unit to the area. For many years, the dialysis unit located at All Saints Hospital in Spring Hill has been full to capacity, and people like Michelle have been pressuring the government to add additional chairs so that they wouldn't have to travel to Moncton. Over the past year, a temporary unit was opened at Cumberland Regional, and just recently, confirmation that the permanent unit will be beginning construction this spring at Cumberland. Michelle and several of her family members have kidney disease, and for many years, they have been the driving force behind the local Kidney Foundation, while also speaking loudly and often to the need for more dialysis services. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Michelle Gould-LeBlanc and her mother Sharon and her family and others for their unwavering commitment to the much-needed dialysis unit coming to Cumberland. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Ski Benyan on providing another season of fun-filled winter activities in the community. This year, our local ski hill is able to open before New Year's Day, getting folks out on the slopes weeks ahead of schedule compared to the past few years. The early opening was in part thanks to investment for new snowmaking equipment. This allowed them to make snow in warmer temperatures, which should help extend the skiing season. Soon, the nonprofit will embark on major lighting improvements with new LED lighting on additional runs, as well as more projects for expansions which are coming on the horizon. I congratulate the hard work of Ski Benyan's board, volunteers, and staff and their efforts to maintain this community asset. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, one of my favorite events of the year is the Halifax Professional Firefighters and Q104 Holiday Toy Drive at the Highfield Park Fire Station, which supports Parker Street Food and Furniture Bank. This year, folks from the Parkside Pub and Smokehouse, a much-loved eatery across from the fire station, really stepped up, stopping by the toy drive with a whopping $11,000 donation, one of the biggest single financial donations the drive has ever received. The result of Parkside's own community fundraiser, this donation went a long way to help the overall toy drive raise a massive $63,500 plus in cash, in addition to a mountain of toys for children and families in need. And so today I rise to thank all of the organizers of the toy drive, but today especially Dan Latter and the staff at Parkside Pub and Smokehouse for this act of generosity that I'm sure went a long way in making the holiday season brighter for many families in our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit and community impact of Charlene's Kitchen in Yarmouth. Charlene Santos moved to Yarmouth from the Philippines several years ago and saw a unique opportunity. Recognizing the need for familiar foods and products from home, Charlene opened a restaurant on Main Street, which offered dishes from various countries, including her own, giving newcomers a taste of home. But Charlene's vision didn't stop there. She also launched an import service and retail outlet providing beauty and food products from various countries to meet the diverse needs of the community. Charlene's keen understanding of her market has allowed her not to only meet the needs of newcomers, but also to create a warm, welcoming space where they can feel at home. Her success in Yarmouth is a testament to her dedication and passion to her community, and she is truly an inspiration to others.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the passing of Joe Henry, a man we were lucky to have in our lives. Throughout his life, Joe was a pillar of support for his family, friends, and community. Joe was dedicated to service. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces in 1976, initially serving with the militia before joining the Reg Force. His 27 years of dedicated service spoke volumes of his commitment to his country. Joe's unwavering sense of duty mirrored how he lived his life outside his military career, always prepared to lend a helpful hand. Upon retiring from a career in the military, he met the love of his life, Carol. Carol and Joe were stuck at the hip and both complimented each other's actions. Their love was a testament to companionship and mutual admiration until Carol's untimely passing in 2024. Madam Speaker, my love, my support are with his family at this very difficult time, and he will always be remembered. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member of Argyle.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Peggy Boudreau on her retirement as the Senior Safety Coordinator for the municipality of Argyle. Having worked for the municipality of Argyle for nearly 48 years, Peggy spent the last 13 years as Senior Safety Coordinator, providing the seniors in our municipality with invaluable services. She was always available, either by phone or in-home visits, assisting them wherever possible or connecting them to the proper services. Her devotion and compassion for the people she assisted was evident and admirable. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking and congratulating Peggy for her years of service and wishing her all the best in the next chapter of her life. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Ulakuk, Kwe, Tanshi. Madam Speaker, I rise today to call all members' attention to the fact that February is Indigenous Languages Month in Canada. Many Indigenous languages are spoken in Canada. There are about 90 languages and 12 language groups. Language was one of the major targets of Canada's colonization efforts, especially through residential schools. This was intentional. Language links us to stories, family, and community. Language brings to life our beliefs and morals. Restricting and destroying languages dislocated people from their communities. The 2015 final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recognized language as a right, including Call to Action 15, which called on the federal government to appoint an Indigenous Languages Commissioner. Language is also recognized as a right in Article 13 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In Canada, all Indigenous languages are regarded as being in various states of endangerment and require support. Madam Speaker, I look forward to working with all members to support Indigenous language revitalization in Nova Scotia.
I'm just saying. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, it is my privilege to stand today and recognize Todd McKenzie, owner-operator of Todd's Taxi. Todd's first job in his late teens was on a garbage truck, where he worked for about a year when he was hit by a car while carrying out his duties. Todd sustained serious injuries to the point doctors told him he would never be able to do physical labor again. Todd pivoted to driving a taxi. He formed his own taxi business in 1990 while still a teenager and operated for 1 year. He found that some aspects of running his own taxi service overwhelming at that young age and went to work driving for another company. Todd never gave up on his dream of one day running his own service. The taxi service Todd worked for was closing for 2 months and then reopening. Todd had a baby on the way and could not afford the luxury of 2 months off of work. So Todd once again acted on his goal, and in 2011, Todd's taxi service was born. It operates today with 20 drivers, 8 vehicles, and a taxi stand. Madam Speaker, I ask we all take this moment to recognize Todd McKenzie's entrepreneurial spirit and congratulate him for his success at Todd's Taxi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a donut shop in Halifax Needham named Vandals. Vandals donuts are perfect for any occasion, from wedding donuts, baby shower, birthday, any special occasion that you could think of, they can make a donut for you. On top of the donuts being just plain delicious, they are aesthetically pleasing to look at. It's like they are a work of art, an art of deliciousness. And I encourage everyone to go and visit and have a bite. Visit their shop to peruse their wares and grab a cup of coffee to go. You will not be disappointed. I would like all members of this House to join me in thanking Vandals for their amazing service in Halifax Needham and to congratulate them for opening their new location on Lower Water Street. So as we know, donuts are close by. Donuts will be everywhere for each and every one of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the staff at the Maritime Oddfellows Home in Pictou for earning the Montessori-inspired Lifestyle Gold Site credential. The Maritime Oddfellows Home is a 47-bed continuing care facility that focuses on enhancing independence, dignity, and meaningful engagement for residents. This credential reflects their commitment to promoting a person-centered approach that encourages individuals to lead fulfilling, empowered lives, no matter their age or stage of life. I ask all members to join me in congratulating the staff and owners of the Maritime Oddfellows Home for being the only facility in Nova Scotia and second in all of Canada to be certified in the Montessori Lifestyle Program under the Centre for Applied Research in Dementia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Anyone? Oh, I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to shine a light on an extraordinary family-run grocery store, the Mabu Fresh Mart. This local grocery store is owned and operated by two dedicated and devoted residents of Mabu, Karen and Wayne Beaton. The Fresh Mart's contributions to the community go beyond providing groceries. It embraces Cape Breton's strong culture of community support, always willing to donate to local organizations such as the Mabu Fire Department, Mabu Cayley, and Cape Breton West Islanders hockey team, just to name a few. I witnessed firsthand how generous Karen and Wayne are with their time and energy especially. Karen and Wayne support initiatives that help shape our proud and loving community. Please join me in thanking the Mabu Fresh Mart for being a place where exceptional hospitality thrives and community connections flourish. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and thank the incredible members and volunteers of the Southwest Hants Fire Society and Auxiliary. From monthly jam sessions to auxiliary big breakfasts, their calendars are full of fun and festive events. Hosting benefit concerts and fundraisers, serving free community dinners are just a few ways they come together for the community they serve. This Christmas, when Canada Post was on strike, they made sure letters from Santa made their way into the hands of little ones, bringing joy to the young and old alike. Madam Speaker, none of this would be possible if it weren't for the dedication, passion, and commitment of the volunteers who make each event a success. One of my favorite quotes is this: "Volunteers do not necessarily have the time, they just have the heart," which rings true because this group has some of the biggest hearts I know. I ask that all members join me in thanking the Southwest Hants Fire Society for all that they do and for leading with their big hearts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Fidelis House of Kentville on the expansion and opening of 4 new guest rooms at their facility. Fidelis House, located on the grounds of the Annapolis Valley Regional Hospital, is a home away from home and support house for out-of-town family members and patients during their stay at Valley Regional Hospital. Fidelis House, which is operated by a team of 60 volunteers, has been a vital part of our medical care community since 1992 and hosts more than 4,000 overnight visitors each year. Please join me today to congratulate Fidelis House on their much-needed expansion and to recognize all the community volunteers who provide a comforting home away from home during stressful times in their guests' lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
I rise today to celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit that thrives in Victoria the Lakes by a 13-year-old Anna Claire McLean with her new business, Legit Western Wear. Recognizing a need for Western-style clothing and accessories in our region, Anna Claire took the initiative to create a business that serves local farmers and horse lovers alike. With a strong work ethic and a vision for the future, she has proven that entrepreneurship knows no age.
It is no surprise that Anna Claire has the drive. She followed the footsteps of her hard-working parents, Noelle and Bobby McLean. Noelle is the founder of Rise Results Business Services, and Bobby owns Scotia Screw Piles and Fencing and Aggressive Metal Fabrication. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me to congratulate Anna Claire McLean on her new business and to recognize the contribution of the McLean's family in Victoria, the Lakes and beyond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of young athletes in Bedford South. I am very proud to share that the Bedford Blizzard 17U girls and 15U girls volleyball teams are heading to Edmonton this year to compete in Volleyball Canada Youth Nationals. These young women have worked hard to get to this point, and I know they will be great ambassadors, not only for Bedford South, but also for all of Nova Scotia while they are in Edmonton. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of this House of Assembly to help me in wishing these teams the best of luck at Nationals. Let's go, you 17 and 15 girls. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the many small businesses that bring vitality and charm to beautiful Lunenburg West. From cozy coffee shops and bakeries like Weagle's, the Plowman's Lunch, and Fancy Pants Cafe, to long-standing family-owned shops. These businesses are core economic and social elements of our community, and today I want to take the opportunity to feature two examples. The Kitchen Witch, a beloved family-owned business in Bridgewater, offers unique, high-quality giftware. Remarkably, at age 88, owner Bill Davidson continues to keep the books and bring coffee to his daughter, Ann Jabbely, and their team every day at 2 p.m. sharp, a cherished tradition for 37 years. Our community is also enriched by King Street Shoes and Darlene Rodenizer, proud owner since 2013, who brings knowledge and passion for the footwear industry. From quality wool socks to sandals, shoes, boots, handbags, and more, King Street Shoes has it all. Darlene and her team go above and beyond to ensure customers find the perfect fit and leave the store with a smile. I call on all those in the House to join me in thanking all of our small business owners and their hardworking employees for their contributions to our communities.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise today to recognize an outstanding South Shore businessman, David Robb. Former owner of both the Lunenburg and Chester Foodland stores, Dave retired recently after a decades-long career that extended far beyond the aisles of his grocery stores. Dave is a tireless community champion. He has raised tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for local charities. He made it his mission to provide a Christmas meal and presents to residents of the local Veterans Unit each year. He helped found the Nova Scotia Firefighters Benevolent Fund, and he remains an active volunteer firefighter of 30 years experience and the current deputy chief at Lunenburg. Madam Speaker, Dave's retirement marks the end of an era for shoppers in Lunenburg and Chester, where he will be missed. But his legacy of generosity, service, and community spirit will endure, and we certainly wish him well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the under-11 Dartmouth Whalers minor hockey team, the Orcas, for their truly inspirational act of kindness. The team had a very successful bottle drive fundraiser, and once everything had been tallied up, they realized that there was approximately $125 extra. So they used the money to purchase items for the Eastern Passage Community Food Pantry. The team happily picked out some of their favorite foods and then stocked the shelves for those experiencing food insecurity. With so much success and lessons learned and taught, the Orcas plan on doing it again. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing the Orcas minor hockey team for their kindness and for giving back to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Anne Fogron Cosgrove of Clayton Park West. Anne was selected by the Canadian Palliative Care Association to receive the King Charles III Coronation Medal on February the 28th, 2025. This prestigious medal is given to Nova Scotians who make significant contribution to our community. Anne has been recognized for exceptional dedication to advancing palliative care, which has resulted in positive impacts on individuals and their families in Nova Scotia and across Canada. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Anne for her dedication and commitment to those who are facing challenging times and for doing what she can to make life a little bit easier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a small business in my community, the Two Boys Smokehouse and Deli. A Cole Harbour landmark for decades, this business began with Chris Kielbutowski, who escaped Poland during World War II. He built the business into a well-known brand, Chris Brothers, which many residents still know well. Since then, the name has been sold, but the family continues to operate as Two Boys, and Cole Harbour thanks them for it. The shop still uses the original wood smokehouse to make their renowned local pepperoni, and there are other delicious meat products in the store as well. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to please join me in recognizing Two Boys as a wonderful family-owned business in Cole Harbour. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Madam Speaker, this past December 30th through January 4th, Queen's Place Amira Centre in Liverpool hosted the 2025 Canadian Mixed Doubles Curling Olympic Trials. I was fortunate to join the amazing team of volunteers and saw firsthand what is involved in staging such an event. Audiences were treated to elite and exciting competitive curling by our country's top talent in the sport, and visitors were welcomed and shown the warm hospitality that Queens County is known for. Madam Speaker, I would like to offer my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee and the awesome volunteers for their countless hours and ongoing efforts. It wasn't our first time hosting a world-class curling event, and I dare say it won't be our last. Congratulations to all involved on a very successful event. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This time I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
The real Bedford Basin
Will
this
you
time.
please stand up?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today regarding a recent injury sustained by Billy Goodrum, a Bedford Basin resident and member of SAIL GP Canada team. Mr. Goodrum sustained an injury during a manoeuvre in pre-race warm-up ahead of the official racing in Auckland, New Zealand. Speaker, I'm happy to advise that he's been cleared of serious injury. If you haven't watched the SAIL GP race yet, you should. There's nothing like it, and even those knowing very little about sailing can enjoy the speed and the necessary skill it requires. I look forward to seeing them back here in Halifax. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Elle Peters of East Lawrencetown. Last year, Elle received the 2024 Lieutenant Governor's Award for Excellence for l'Acadie and Francophonie of Nova Scotia. In addition, she won a 2024 HRM Volunteer of the Year. Elle, a grade 12 student at École Secondaire Mosaïque, is an active participant in the Student Council, numerous committees, and is a member of the Conseil Jeunesse Provinciale de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Her other interests include politics and social issues. She has represented Nova Scotia and Canada with her involvement in the Fédération de la Jeunesse Canadienne Française and the Fédération Acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. I ask that all members of the Legislative Assembly join me in congratulating Elle on her significant achievements as an outstanding young Acadian. Félicitations, Elle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a couple from DeBert, Eric and Kathy Barnhill, who are excellent community volunteers. Madam Speaker, the Barnhills are concerned about keeping our community healthy, sustainable, and beautiful. Often they can be seen going up and down the road gathering discarded coffee cups and garbage. Eric and Kathy are avid community advocates always supporting fundraisers and sometimes having a bit of fun at the fire hall. Madam Speaker, I commend the Barnhills for their leadership and absolute commitment to their community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize a business in our community, Burton's Flooring. Owned and operated by the Burton family, the business is not only well known for its quality products and workmanship, they are well known for their endless dedication and contributions to our community. Most recently, Glenn, Edna, and family organized a raffle of a Drake Batherson signed jersey and raised $10,380 for local food banks and Souls Harbor Rescue Mission. They're always there for the community, participating in Main Street activities, children's events, and the many festivals in our small community. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking Glenn, Edna, and staff at Burton's Flooring for making our community a better place to live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Shelburne. Maybe. Honourable member, there we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jake Roscoe, a carpenter by trade who has always had a keen interest in the art of blacksmithing. So he decided to pay a visit to a local blacksmith, Hayward Miser. So upon visiting Hayward's shop, the flame was lit, and 10 years later, Jake is a blacksmith artist in his own right, creating a wide range of items from functional to sculpting beautiful decorative pieces. His love for nature is shown in some of his works that include hummingbirds, copper roses, lilies, and roses. And when you see a stunning gate design, fence, or railing proudly displayed on properties in our area, it's likely one of Jake's works. And as one metal worker to another, Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in thanking Jake for his interest in keeping the art of blacksmithing alive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour. Sorry, Cole
That's
Harbour.
okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize Cole Harbour community member Donna Niehaus and her husband, Greg Niehaus. They are owners of Into the Mystic, Gifts, Crystals, and Readings that has been open in our community for more than 16 years. Mr. and Mrs. Niehaus are enthusiastic individuals, passionate about working and living in Cole Harbour. This vibrant business adds character to our community and employs hardworking local residents with unique job opportunities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their contribution to Cole Harbour. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the opening of a fantastic new business in Elmsdale, Two Beaches Tanning. This exciting new tanning salon, owned and operated by Angela Zink Burke and Lisa Harper Powell, brings a fresh and an innovative service to our community. Two Beaches Tanning offers a variety of tanning beds, including options for UV tanning and red light therapy, providing customers with choices to suit their needs. Angela and Lisa's dedication to creating a welcoming and professional space reflects their commitment to the well-being and satisfaction of their clients. Their entrepreneurial spirit contributes to the growth and vibrance of our local economy. Thank you for opening your new business in East Hants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commend the inspiring advocacy of Esther Ullman, who has taken a profound tragedy and turned it into a mission to create meaningful change. On August 31, 2024, Esther's aunt and namesake, Esther Jones, was tragically killed. Determined to prevent similar violence against women, Esther has acted. She met with CPC shadow ministers Raquel Doncho, Michelle Ferrari in Ottawa, and her testimony before the Parliamentary Committee for the Status of Women on November 20th, 2024 was a powerful call for justice and protection. Madam Speaker, I ask this House to recognize Esther Ullman's courage and commitment to protecting innocent women and ensuring a safer future for all Canadians. Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in a municipal election that saw 9 candidates run for the CBRM's Office of the Mayor, I would like to congratulate Cecil Clark, who was returned to the office for the 3rd time. In addition to his previous 8 years' experience in the Mayor's office, Mayor Clark brings experience as a past provincial cabinet minister. The CBRM election also saw 5 councillors acclaimed to their previous positions, while the constituency of Glace Bay Dominion realised 3 new councillors. Congratulations to all, but in particular Steve McNeil for District 8, Dave McKeegan, District 9, Paul Nickatuk in District 10. I would like to thank the outgoing Mayor and Council for their work, and I also look forward to working with the new Mayor and Council as we strive to build a brighter and more prosperous future for the CBRM. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ed's Plumbing and Heating Limited for celebrating 40 years in business this past December. Ed McDonald opened his Antigonish business in 1984, and over the years he and his staff have provided our community with excellent customer service. They always go above and beyond for their customers. In 2003, after Ed's passing, Steve Hain, who had worked with Ed since soon after the business was opened, purchased it. Steve continues to provide quality services to customers and has continually demonstrated his commitment to our community by supporting numerous local fundraisers. I stopped by Ed's Plumbing and Heating on December 18th when they were celebrating their anniversary to offer my congratulations. But today, Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing this fantastic Antigonish small business. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member of Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Stéphane Comeau, the owner of Acadian Refrigeration from Comeauville. His company provides refrigeration services, heat pump sales, and installation in our area. Nearing his 2nd year in business, Stéphane is a perfect representative of a new generation of business owners. His dedicated work ethic, his knowledge, and ability to help are some of the reasons why Acadian Refrigeration and Stéphane have become so well known so quickly. We hope that young entrepreneurs like Stéphane encourage more youth to consider entrepreneurship as a viable career option. Congratulations on your success, Stéphane, and we wish you many more years in business. Merci, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning to rise anymore today, but when my colleague from Bedford South talked about the Bedford Blizz, I wanted to highlight an alum of Bedford Blizz, my daughter, Chloe Palmer, who in her just finished her rookie season at Mount Allison, and the Mount Allison Mounties, just a big shout out to them. Chloe Palmer and the Mount Allison Mounties went to Holland College this weekend in PEI and won the Atlantic College Association Women's Volleyball Championships. So Chloe had a successful first year, and they're off to nationals. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank. There we go.
Madam Speaker, today I'd like to recognize an incredible young man who's just beginning his career in the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League. Mitch Wagner from Beaverbank was picked up by the St. John Sea Dogs last month. Last season, Wagner totaled 12 goals, 23 assists in 51 games with the Timberwolves. He added 5 goals, 11 points in 15 playoff games. Madam Speaker, I hope everyone can help me congratulate Mitch Wagner.
Hey.
Order. The time for statements by members has expired. We will now move on to orders of the day. Of course, on Mondays, we do not. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent of the House to deem Bill 1 to have been referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills following its introduction on February 18, 2025, to deem it to have been amended in the Committee of the Whole House on Bills on February 20, 2025, by deleting clauses 1 through 7 inclusive, that's the entirety of Part 1, and renumbering the subsequent clauses accordingly, and to deem the bill to have been reported back on that same day and to have been ordered to be read a second time on a future day. Madam Speaker, for greater certainty, the bill with the aforementioned sections removed will still proceed to the committee stage following second reading, to be followed by Committee of the Whole House on Bills for any further amendments, and finally to third reading. Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent.
There has been a request for unanimous consent to deem Bill 1 to have been referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills following its introduction on February 18th, 2025, to deem it to have been amended in Committee on the Whole House of Bills on February 20th, 2025, by deleting clause 1 through 7 and renumbering the subsequent clause according order I'm speaking. Clause according, and to deem the bill to have been reported back on the same day and to have been ordered to be read a second time on a future day. There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. All those in favor of the motion, please say no, I don't do, no. There was no unanimous consent. My apologies. I did not hear any no's. We will move on. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that hours for February 25th be not 1 till 5 or 6, but instead be 1 till 10 p.m.
There has been a request for the hour. There has been a motion for the hours for February the 25th be from 1 until then. All those in 1 until 10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The request has been approved. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business government motion?
Order of business government motion.
Speaker, I move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole on supply.
We shall. Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview. You're speaking on is the Honourable Member of Fairview Clayton Park speaking on supply? Yes. Well, then when it's I went into supply. No. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable members of the Legislature, today I stand before you in this historic chamber, the oldest House of Assembly in Canada, a place where the very foundations of our democracy were laid. These walls have witnessed countless debates, passionate arguments, and pivotal decisions that have shaped the very course of Nova Scotia and indeed Canada. It is within this context, within this cradle of Canadian parliamentary tradition, that I address you today on a matter of paramount importance, the vital role of open debate in our legislature. A role that is, I believe, directly challenged by the implications of the suggested overhaul of our systems of governance. And I speak not only as a member of this Assembly, but as a Sudanese Canadian who, until coming to this province, had never experienced the privilege of participating in a true democracy. I speak as someone who understands, perhaps more acutely than some, the fragility of our democratic institutions and the crucial importance of safeguarding the right to voice dissent. I speak as someone who has seen firsthand the devastating consequences of silencing opposition and suppressing free speech. I speak as someone who has learned through hard experience that democracy is not a gift bestowed upon us. It is a right that must be constantly defended and nurtured. For many years, the concept of open debate, of freely expressing dissenting opinions without fear, was a distant dream, a concept I only read about in books or saw on flickering newsreels. In Sudan, voices are silenced, dissent is crushed, and the very notion of a legislature where opposing viewpoints could be freely exchanged was completely foreign. Almost utopian. The reality was one of arbitrary arrests, political persecutions, and the constant fear of speaking out against the ruling regime. In Qatar, where I was born and raised, the regime is a monarchy. Being a Sudanese meant that I could not participate in any of this, I guess we'll call it civic engagement. While it was a monarchy, there was, councils that people would go speak at for any sort of changes. I could not participate as a non-Qatari, as a Sudanese, and so I couldn't even speak up in those situations. And so this has instilled in me a very deep appreciation for the hard-won freedoms that we as Canadians sometimes take for granted. Coming to Canada and having the honor of being elected to this assembly has been a revelation to me. It has shown me the true power of a system where every voice, regardless of background or belief, has the right to be heard. These are freedoms that I know from personal experience that they're not universally available. These freedoms are essential for a healthy functioning of any democratic society. We gather here not as individuals, but as representatives of the people. We are entrusted with a sacred duty of voicing their concerns, championing their interests, and crafting laws that reflect their aspirations. Each one of us represents a unique constituency, a diverse cross-section of Nova Scotian society with its own specific needs, challenges, and perspectives. From the bustling streets of Halifax to the quiet fishing villages along our coast, from the descendants of Acadian to the members of the Mi'kmaq Nation, from the members and descendants of the historic African Nova Scotian community to recent immigrants seeking a better life, to families who have called Nova Scotia home for generations. We are a mosaic of communities, each with a distinct identity and a vital contribution to our province. And within this mosaic, we must acknowledge the unique histories and experiences of the Mi'kmaq, the historic African Nova Scotian, and the Acadian communities, each of whom have faced distinct challenges and injustices. Their voices, their perspectives, and their concerns must be given particular weight during our deliberations. To stifle debate within these venerable walls is not just to silence individuals or the pesky opposition. It is to silence the very communities that these people represent. It is to invalidate their experiences, to disregard their concerns, and to undermine their fundamental right to participate in the democratic process. It is to betray that trust and to erode the very essence of representative democracy. It is a disservice to the citizens who have placed their faith in every single one of us, and a grave insult to the legacy of those who have fought to establish this very institution. And I say this with particular emphasis, again, having lived in a society where such rights were non-existent. I know what it means to have your voice suppressed, your opinions disregarded, and to feel powerless in the face of decisions being made that affect you directly. And I fear that this resolution in its current form threatens to erode the very freedoms I so cherish, freedoms that are essential for each one of us to effectively represent our constituencies. It threatens to create a system where some voices are amplified while others are diminished, where the concerns of certain communities are prioritized while others are ignored. It threatens to undermine the very principle of equity which our democracy is built. It threatens to perpetuate the very inequalities that we as legislatures have a responsibility to address and not diminish. Consider the weight of the history that surrounds us. Think of the generations who have debated within these chambers. wrestling with the challenges of their time. They understood that progress is not born of conformity, but of the clash of ideas, the rigorous examination of evidence, and the willingness to challenge even the most deeply held beliefs. They understood that open debate is not an impediment to progress, but rather its engine. They understood what I now understand, that democracy without robust debate is democracy diminished. And that without robust debate, we cannot truly fulfill our obligations to represent the diverse interests of our constituencies. We cannot effectively advocate for the needs of our communities, and we cannot ensure that their voices are heard. And we cannot hold this government accountable for its actions. This is especially true when, again, it comes to addressing the historic injustices that the Mi'kmaq, Acadian, and African Nova Scotian communities have faced in Nova Scotia. These communities have been marginalized for far too long, and their unique perspectives must be central in any discussion that affects our lives, and we know that these discussions do need to take extra time. Some may argue that in our modern, fast, and shiny and cool world, debate is a luxury that we can no longer afford. They claim that it slows down the legislative process, it creates a gridlock, and prevents us from addressing pressing issues. They may even point to the perceived need for expediency that seemingly underpins this resolution. But I say to you, having witnessed the consequences of unchecked power and the suppression of dissent, can we truly afford not to debate? Can we afford to rush through legislation, especially legislation with potentially far-reaching consequences, without thoroughly considering its implications on all Nova Scotians? Can we afford to ignore dissenting voices or dismiss alternate perspectives? Perspectives that may be crucial to understanding the impact of legislation on specific communities, perspectives that may offer innovative solutions to the challenges that we face. The answer, unequivocally, is no. A well-considered decision born of robust debate is far superior to a rushed decision that may have unintended and even disastrous consequences on the very people that we are here to serve. We are not simply legislatures, we are stewards of public trust. And that trust demands that we exercise due diligence, that we engage in thorough debate, and that we carefully consider the potential impact of our decisions on all of those that we represent. It demands that we prioritize long-term well-being of our communities over short-term political gains. It demands that we listen and learn from the experiences of those who have been historically marginalized in this province. Open debate is not simply about airing grievances. It is about fostering transparency and accountability. When the public can witness give and take of ideas, the scrutiny of evidence, and the rationale behind our decisions, they are more likely to trust the integrity of the process. This trust is the bedrock of a healthy democracy. It is what binds citizens to their government and ensures the legitimacy of our institution. Without it, democracy withers and dies. And I wonder what the limitations on debate potentially imposed by this resolution will erode this vital trust, a trust that I, more than most, I believe in this chamber, understand is so fragile and so easily broken. And without that trust, how can we effectively represent the needs and concerns of the people who sent us here? How can we build a consensus necessary to address the complex challenges facing our province? How can we ensure that our decisions truly reflect the will of the people? How can we begin to heal the wounds of the past and build a more just and equitable future for all Nova Scotians? Let us not shy away from difficult conversations. Let us not fear the expression of dissenting opinions. Let us embrace the opportunity to engage in respectful dialogue. to listen with open minds, and to seek common ground where possible. For it is in the conflicting viewpoints that we sharpen our own arguments, expand our understanding, and ultimately arrive at solutions that are more just, more equitable, and more effective. And this is precisely what is at stake here. Are we willing to sacrifice the robust exchange of ideas for the sake of perceived expediency? Are we willing to compromise the very principles of democracy that I, as a newcomer to this land, have come to so deeply value? Principles that are so essential to ensuring that every constituency, every community, and every voice has been heard and its concerns addressed? Are we willing to trade long-term stability and well-considered policy for short-term gains and potentially harmful consequences? Are we willing to silence the voices of those who disagree with us, even when those voices represent the legitimate concerns of our constituents? Especially when those voices are the voices of communities who have been historically excluded from the halls of power. This is particularly true in this province, with its rich history of diverse perspectives and vibrant communities. From the Mi'kmaq Nation, whose ancestral lands we occupy, to the Acadians, whose resilience and cultural contributions have enriched our society, to the historic African Nova Scotian communities whose strength and perseverance in the face of adversity is an inspiration, and to the wave of immigrants who have made Nova Scotia their home, we are a tapestry of voices, each deserving to be heard. Open debate allows us to weave these diverse threads together to create a stronger and more inclusive society. Of course, debate must be conducted with civility and respect. Personal attacks, inflammatory rhetoric, and suppression of dissenting voices have no place in this chamber. We're all here to serve the greater good, even when we disagree on the means of which we achieve it. Let us remember that we are not adversaries, but colleagues united in our commitment to serving the people of Nova Scotia. But let us also remember that respectful disagreement is not an obstruction. It is an essential component of good governance. It is, in fact, the very essence of democracy. It is the cornerstone of effective representation. It is the mechanism by which we ensure all perspectives are considered and that all voices are heard and all communities are represented. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is going to be a tough act to follow. As an elected official, it is my duty and my privilege to speak on behalf of the communities that we all cherish, the industries that sustain us, and the future that we strive to build together. Today, I wish to speak about the cornerstone of our heritage, our economy, and our daily lives, agriculture and the food economy here in Nova Scotia. Our province is blessed with fertile land, abundant resources, and rich history of farming. From the lush Annapolis Valley to the rugged landscapes of Cape Breton, agriculture has been a lifeblood of our communities for generations. It is the backbone that supports not only our economy, but also our identity as Nova Scotians. Yet, despite this undeniable importance, the sector has not received the attention and the funding that I believe it truly deserves. Year after year, we witness the same pattern: insufficient investment, limited support, and lack of comprehensive strategy to elevate our agriculture sector to its fullest potential. I stand before you today to highlight the critical need for increased funding and renewed commitment to agriculture. I believe that investing in our farmers, we are investing in the health, prosperity, and sustainability of our province. Let us start with economic impact. Agriculture is not just about crops and livestock. It's about jobs, it's about growth, and it's about innovation. Our farmers are entrepreneurs, they're innovators, and they're stewards of the land. They contribute millions of dollars to our economy and create employment opportunities and drive local businesses. Yet they face numerous challenges of rising costs, unpredictable weather, and competition from global markets. With adequate funding, we can empower our farmers to overcome these obstacles. We can invest in lab services, research and development to improve crop yields, support sustainable farming practices, and promote the adoption of cutting-edge technologies. By doing so, we can enhance productivity, reduce environmental impact, and ensure long-term viability of our agriculture sector. Funding for greenhouses, providing bridge financing for farmland purchases and other improvements with predictable funding could support our sector and attract new farmers to our province. Our province's immigration strategy needs to include attracting farming families to settle and to make our lands productive again. We need to provide more rights and a path to permanent residency for our seasonal farming workers. Let's not forget the importance of food security and food sovereignty. The events of recent years have underscored the vulnerability of global food chains. It's imperative that we build resilient local food systems that can withstand disruptions. Food sovereignty is the right of people to define their own food systems. It emphasizes local and sustainable food production, ensuring that all members of our community have access to nutritious, culturally appropriate foods. Achieving food sovereignty requires an effort from all levels of government, industry, and communities. By increasing funding for the sector, we can support local food initiatives, strengthen farm-to-table networks, and promote consumption of locally grown produce. We can reduce our dependence on imported foods and create a self-sufficient food economy that benefits both farmers and consumers. Investing in agriculture is also about preserving our rural communities and a way of life. Our farmers are the heart and soul of our rural areas. They are custodians of landscapes and keepers of our traditions. And they are the pillars of our communities. By providing them with the resources that they need, we can ensure that our rural areas remain vibrant, thriving, and sustainable. Furthermore, it is essential to address the barriers that hinder young and aspiring farmers from entering the industry. We need to provide them with access to land, resources, and training opportunities to ensure sustainability of our agriculture sector. This vision requires a collaborative effort. We need to work together as government, industry, and communities to develop a comprehensive agricultural strategy that addresses the unique needs and challenges of our province. We must listen to our farmers, understand their concerns, and provide them with timely support that they deserve. In closing, I urge my colleagues and all Nova Scotians to recognize the critical role of agriculture in our province's future. Let us not overlook our contributions of our farmers. Let us not underestimate their potential of the agriculture sector, and let us not shortchange the sector any longer. Together, we can build a resilient, sustainable, and adaptable Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we have a few informal traditions in this House, and perhaps I'm always hoping that perhaps my rainbow budget might be included among those. So for new members, since I was elected in 2021, and since the 2022 budget, I've taken the time during estimates to have a look at what it would mean, what we could do to really invest in supporting our 2S LGBTQI+ community. And I think this is an important part of speaking into supply. So, you know, I know that we're often accused of being negative on the other side, but actually we have a lot of positive ideas to improve community well-being. So I'd like to provide these examples. I appreciate the support from the other side too. So, we'll all look at this budget through a number of lenses, from our critic areas to the concerns of our constituencies, and this is why I wanted to bring this forward. The 2S LGBTQIA+ community is comprised of people and communities of diverse sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions. Estimates are that between 4 and 8% of Canadians identify as a sexual orientation other than heterosexual, and that 2 to 4% of Canadians identify as trans or gender diverse. And in fact, Halifax has the highest percentage of folks who identify as trans or gender diverse per capita in the country. We can see that the 2S LGBTQIA+ community is a significant portion of our province, but continue to face barriers due to homophobia and transphobia. My challenge for all of you today is to start to imagine the range of ways we can better support this community. First, some background context. We have witnessed the expansion of formal rights in my lifetime. As I've said in the House before, in Nova Scotia, sexual orientation was added to the Nova Scotia Human Rights Act in 1991. Same-sex couples gained the right to adopt in 2001 and the right to marry in this province in 2004. To put this in perspective, though, this wasn't that long ago. That means that when my partner and I finished our Master's in Public Administration degrees at Dalhousie in 2000, we could not look forward to using the laws and programs of this province to start our family and start our lives here together in Nova Scotia. We moved to Ottawa, where we started working for the federal government. We immediately had access to shared benefits, for instance, that weren't available in the provincial government. We immediately had access to pension rights that, again, weren't available on a provincial level. We were able to adopt, and by 2003, we were legally married. And in Nova Scotia, of course, there was change being undertaken, and in 2013, the Nova Scotia Human Rights Act was further amended to include gender identity and gender expression. But I think it's really important to remember that this was not a timeline of peaceful change. Government did not step forward proactively to support the community. Rather, these changes were made by government in the face of mounting court cases and findings of human rights violations, both in Nova Scotia and across Canada. The 2S LGBTQIA+ community has fought for our rights every step of the way. And with that, I dare say that our community has responded by flourishing. We're a young population. A third of folks who identify as 2S LGBTQIA+ are under the age of 25 years old. But yet our youth continue to face barriers to acceptance in education and full access to gender-affirming care. Further, continued family violence and disruption create hardships to our young people, including homelessness. Prior to the pandemic, StatsCan stated that 2S LGBTQIA+ Canadians, 27%, were twice as likely to have experienced some kind of homelessness or housing insecurity in their lifetime. The 2022 Halifax Point in Time survey revealed a similar percentage of 2S LGBTQIA+ folks who were homeless in Halifax. Also, not only the experience of homelessness, but more broadly on the streets and in other community spaces, LGBT Canadians were more likely to report being violently victimized in their lifetime and to have experienced inappropriate behaviors in public and online than other Canadians. And violent crimes accounted for more than half of hate crimes targeting sexual orientation. Not surprisingly, sexual minority Canadians were more likely than heterosexual Canadians to report that they consider their mental health to be poor or fair, 32% versus 11%. And they were also more likely to have seriously contemplated suicide in their lifetimes. We continue to lose folks who leave Nova Scotia for more inclusive jurisdictions. Not for stronger communities, because we have a very strong community here, but for stronger governmental systems, better access to health care, including gender-affirming care, and better supports overall for 2S LGBTQIA+ people. And so, while the situation is far from perfect in Nova Scotia, I think we have a lot of ability to think about what could be done to support the community and where we could take things even in the next 3 to 4 years. So when I look at the current Nova Scotia political framework, I was disappointed once again not to see any reference to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in the platform of the two other parties. We had it in our platform. The community was absent from the speech from the throne. We still don't have a minister responsible for 2S LGBTQIA+ communities, which I think would be excellent. And because we don't have mandate letters, I can't see if it's anybody's mandate. But in the government business plan, we do have a commitment to the release this year of the 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan. And my little note to myself says, yay. So, so I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So what would an inclusive rainbow budget look like? First of all, there is actually limited data on 2S LGBTQIA+ experiences in Nova Scotia. We rely on information from an array of qualified researchers, and the engagement process for the action plan was a starting point, but we need more on outcomes. An important first step would be to have the government commit to understanding the experience of the community. The government should undertake ongoing and accountable consultation with an established steering committee of 2S LGBTQIA+ community members. In 2021, I wasn't aware of any positions in the public service that were specified as being 2S LGBTQIA+ advisors. I had seen that previously when I worked in the provincial government. By 2021, they weren't there. I think that's changing. And that's really important. We know that to effect structural change, we need cultural competence, and having staff that provide professional leadership is key. This is not confusing folks who have access to an employee network and who are queer or trans and work in the public service. We need to have consistent capacity in 2S LGBTQ+ issues that could also work across diverse identities and include an intersectional approach in all of our work. We need to support the nonprofit sector in Nova Scotia and build community capacity for 2S LGBTQIA+ community organizations. Right now, we lack a funded network, for instance. The community actually doesn't have ways in which organizations from Sydney to Yarmouth can come together. For the new folks in the crowd, I'll just let you know that I do try and host a monthly queer forum that brings together organizations from across the province and individuals, and anybody's welcome to join, basically trying to talk about what's happening provincially. So would love to have people from all political stripes and from across the province join me. But hopefully in the action plan, we can see how communities and community organizations will be well supported. 2S LGBTQI+ youth continue to face serious challenges. I'll turn to the student success survey in a minute, but really, I think what we're also seeing is that somehow trans youth have become a wedge issue in politics. It seems to be something that has drawn the focus of different politicians in different parts of the world. I think things have been much different here, and I think that's good for our young people, because we still really have a long way to go. An average of 24% of students in the 2023-2024 Student Success Survey reported feeling unsafe, but 44% of 2S LGBTQIA+ students reported feeling unsafe. And they identified unsafety in the hallways and the washrooms at much higher levels than their peers. They reported, 50% of them reported experienced homophobia and transphobia. 28% experienced discrimination, 70% witnessed homophobia and transphobia, and 75% of the 2S LGBTQI+ students reported that transphobia and homophobia affect their mental health. 44% says it affects their ability to learn. And at the highest rate, 30% of 2S LGBTQI+ students reported school absence simply because of not wanting to attend. So I think there's obviously a lot of work we need to do to support our young people so they can be the best they can be. We want, if these are actually based on the Student Success Survey, registering as our most vulnerable young people in our school system. We want all young people in Nova Scotia to thrive and succeed, and so there's a lot of work that needs to be done to support young people. So I would say, we're continuing the discussion in education, but it's not clear to me if there is a continued intent to table revised guidelines for trans and gender diverse students, as was previously committed. But it would be really important for government to either release those guidelines or confirm their status, because the ongoing uncertainty, especially in the larger political climate, does nothing to help queer and trans young people feel like this government has its back. We definitely want to advocate for curriculum. So everything from diverse types of families to, talking about whether it's history or athletes or like social movements. There's possibilities for curriculum reform across the years and across the subjects. GSA should provide adequate funding and not have to rely on volunteer teachers to support clubs. And when promoting the trades to students, ensuring that 2S LGBTQIA+ tradespeople and entrepreneurs are engaged in that marketing and mentoring effort. In labor and skills and immigration, really taking seriously the issue of violence and discrimination in the workplace that we know exists. I've tabled this report from the YWCA in Halifax a lot. I can retable it. I don't actually have it here today. And we, things like looking at the age of most. So when we look at the entry into professional work for queer and trans folks, it's actually usually a little bit later because of issues around coming out and other challenges. And so, I think we could better support queer folks getting that start by extending the age of most. And we have a lot of small and medium-sized businesses in Nova Scotia. We also have a really good ecosystem that's developing. So there's the Canadian Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, which now has a Nova Scotia presence, the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, the Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce. So many organizations are doing a lot to support the 2S LGBTQIA+ small businesses. And so I think also looking at that in our economic development plan will be really important. I've spoken before about 2S LGBTQIA+ seniors. We have some great research that's happened in Nova Scotia, and I can table that now. Our current seniors are the first generation of seniors. They kind of lived through the social and political changes, right? So when they were establishing themselves, like if you think about like your parents or, people weren't able to access things. Like they couldn't access legal structures to form their families. They couldn't access the same spousal benefits. They couldn't even often, put two names on the mortgage. So their ability to build their lives was actually greatly curtailed. And now there's still a need to really look at training for housing providers and landlords on the needs and rights of queer and trans residents, the need to collect information, the need to address gaps in housing policies. So there's lots of work to be done to support our seniors. In health, the recently announced expansion of Pride Health is really important. I think we also need to continue to look at how we can support community health clinics and other services like the Halifax Sexual Health Clinic and others to make sure that we really have a strong environment for queer and trans health. We need to commit to the WPATH Standards of Care version 8, and we need to commit to ongoing updates. We need to provide PrEP as a universal access. And I just wanted to highlight, too, that I also think about things like the creation of a Child and Youth Commissioner as an important part of child welfare system reform that will support 2S LGBTQ+ children, youth, and adults after they move out of care and that sort of thing. So we're waiting for the action plan. There was a lot of community engagement that was undertaken, not without controversy. And really, I would say that folks were concerned that this was simply a technocratic exercise, that people were just paying lip service and they really wanted to see what the results were going to be. And in fact, some organizations actually, a large number of organizations actually chose not to participate in the engagement sessions and provided that feedback directly to government. But I still have great hope that an action plan will help us set an agenda for Nova Scotia that truly distinguishes our ability to support our 2S LGBTQIA+ community.
Seeing no more speakers, we will take a short recess in order to... Oh, the motion is carried. We will take a short recess to set up for Committee of the Whole.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. It is now 4:51:30. The committee must rise to report to the House before the hour of adjournment, which today is 10 p.m. I recognize the Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolutions E13 and E31?
E13, that a sum not exceeding $5,976,833,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. Resolution E31, resolved that a sum not exceeding $8,627,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of the Healthcare Professionals Recruitment pursuant to the estimate. With about 40 minutes left in the Liberal time, which is conceded to the NDP, to the Independent, I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And conceded. Love that. We all work together. Work together over here. So, happy Monday. Mr. Chair, I've got a few more questions for the Minister of Health on behalf of the constituents and all Nova Scotians. And one of the questions that I had asked the Minister of Health last week, I wanted to follow up on it and ask the Minister if she might be able to give me a little more direction with that. And it was regarding registered nurses. The nurses that are non-unionized that didn't get the retro pay, like the unionized nurses. I know the minister had said that that would be for a different minister. I wasn't sure which minister I should be directing that to. And again, it's that there was significant retro pay given to NSNU nurses. I guess the argument that all nurses should be treated equally is under the legislation, equal pay for equal work. So there's nurses here in Nova Scotia that are doing the exact same work, but not in the union. And I want to make sure that they are treated equitably and fairly. So looking for the minister's advice on where to take that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I believe Hansard will show that last week I directed the member opposite to speak with the Labour Relations Minister.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that. I'll follow up with that. A couple more questions to the Minister regarding nursing, and then I'll move to another topic. That last week we talked quite a bit at length about the bridging program that's been paused to accept any new international nurses that have their nursing license here from the college in Nova Scotia. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to, has Nova Scotia Health, whoever's responsible for the bridging program, had any conversations with NSCC to see if there may be opportunities there to work with them to look at using their skills labs if Nova Scotia Health doesn't have the capacity in-house to provide staff mentoring and support for new employees.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So Nova Scotia Health and Department of Health are looking at a variety of different models, but there's really nothing to say about that right now.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, certainly the reason I've brought this up in estimates is the vacancy rates of nursing are quite high, specifically in our area, where they were 30% last year for registered nurses and 22% right now. And I'm hearing from nurses on a regular basis that are do not feel safe to practice in the current conditions due to understaffing and due to overcapacity, combined with putting patients in non-traditional bed areas. So maybe we can ask a couple more questions around what are the vacancy rates for both registered nurses as well as licensed practical nurses here in the province of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I don't have rates per se. I have vacancy numbers, but I can say that Nova Scotia's RN workforce grew by over 1,300 registered nurses from 23-24 to 24-25, which has been the largest single year increase in history. So really pleased with that. We continue to see that opportunities for nurses continue to expand. And so not only are we able to fill some vacancies, but also increasing the number of programs and the opportunities for where the nurses work. So in terms of vacancies, LPNs between Nova Scotia Health, IWK, and Continuing Care, LPNs, there's 630 vacancies, nurse practitioners around 100, and registered nurses 1,273. I will note, though, that in Cumberland, the vacancy rate has dropped for nurses from around 35% to 26%.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. So I believe what I heard was 630 LPN vacancies and 1,073 registered nurses vacancies. I believe that is what the Minister had said. And I'm wondering if the Minister can provide a little more detail with those vacancies. Are they, as far as a percentage in the 4 different zones, like are they 70% of the vacancies at the QE2, or are they in Cape Breton Regional? Where are we seeing those numbers reflected around the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I don't have that breakdown. No, not with me.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would that be something the department could provide, whether it's per facility, the vacancy rates for LPNs and RNs at each of the facilities here in the province, or by zone?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
We'll have a look and see if we can do it by zone. We won't do it by facility.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I had asked for facility because that's what I was provided for Cumberland Regional. So I just made an assumption that if those vacancy rates would be available for Cumberland Regional, they'd be available for each regional hospital, at least in the province. And I know that's information is something that people have been asking for, nurses have been asking for, so they know the real numbers. My next question is around education. Can the minister share with us currently where the degree programs are available here in the province, how many registered nurses graduate yearly in Nova Scotia? And in relation to that, what is the average wait time to get into a nursing degree program here in Nova Scotia? And then looking for the same information for the LPN program. So how many LPNs graduate annually here in Nova Scotia? And what is the average wait time to get into the LPN program? Now, there may be quite a discrepancy around the province. I know in Cumberland at the Amherst campus, which we're so grateful to have, there is about a 3-year wait to get into the LPN program there. It may be shorter in other campuses, but looking to see if we have that information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I can give you a bit of information, but I would say that is not something that we would have to reach out to advanced education. So the member will have to speak to the Minister of Advanced Education around wait times. Those are not things that we would typically track. You know, we can look at what I can tell you is that there are now 143 new permanent Bachelor of Science nursing seats, 63 new at Acadia, 28 at CBU, 26 at Dalhousie, and 26 at St. FX, and 300 new permanent LPN seats at NSCC. The way, of course, the intake at universities is obviously generally in September, with some exceptions for the expedited program, but I know that the LPN seats, sometimes there's a staggered enrollment, so sometimes they come in September and sometimes they come in January, but those questions are best directed to advanced education.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister. Does the department have a nursing recruitment strategy and retention strategy? I thought that the department did, and that's why I asked these questions, because I would have thought these would be the type of numbers that the nursing recruitment and retention strategy would have to look at what are the vacancies that exist, how many nurses are being trained, what is the wait list, and then how many of those nurses that are actually graduating are we actually retaining, and what is the length of time that we're retaining those nurses. For example, Mr. Chair, if we have 150 registered nurses graduating in any given year, and are they staying 10 years in the Nova Scotia workforce on average, or are they staying 3 years? I know there was a report released through a Montreal company last year, I believe. I don't have that on me to table, so I won't reference it too much, but there was some concerns there around retention of nurses here in Nova Scotia. So I guess, can the minister answer, is there a nursing recruitment and retention strategy through the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So certainly nursing recruitment and retention has definitely been top of mind. And of course, we started government by having the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment that's really got a primary focus on building our workforce. And so I'll just go through a few things here just in regards to that. The plan really is around creating a strong nursing workforce through financial incentives, job offers to Nova Scotia graduate, a comprehensive nursing strategy, expanding access to education and career development opportunities. So the workforce actually of nurses in the province has had unprecedented growth, reaching its highest levels to date. So based on annual registration, there are 23,500 nurses licensed to practice in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia Strategic International Recruitment. Somebody fall? Oh. Anyway, Nova Scotia Strategic International Recruitment carries on, and certainly working with the college around where it's easiest for us to register folks. So since 2001, it must be 21. Since 2021, government has provided $4.7 million in funding for employers to support their recruitment efforts, educational, professional development, orientation and mentorship initiatives that foster recruitment and long-term retention. The funding includes the RN Education Incentive and the NP Education Incentive, which provide financial support for nurses who are pursuing their education. And we talked about that the other day, I think, about folks that want to ladder. So if you are in one designation of nursing and you want to continue your studies and move to a different designation, you're certainly able to do that and be supported. The financial incentives, so certainly the contracts that have been settled certainly we were really pleased to be able to do that. So there was a 12 to 17% increase in compensation rates for LPNs, 15 to 21% increase for registered nurses, and 21% for nurse practitioners. And also we've made changes to existing incentives for shift premiums, and of course, to the member's point earlier, making sure that there's incentives for experienced nurses for preceptorship and also for reassignment. In 2024, the province also opened its more opportunities for skilled trades, which returns the provincial portion of the first $50,000 of an individual's income tax. And nurses were included in the MOST program. And of course, in 2023 and 24, there were targeted initiatives around a thank you bonus. So $257 million was put towards the bonuses for 11,000 nurses in 22-23, and then there was 97. What is that? 9,800, yeah, got the bonus the following year for the sign-on bonus, which resulted in $91 million. We talked a bit as well earlier about the all-new nursing strategy, so working in Indigenous communities to support Mi'kmaq nurses and increasing representation throughout the province, and we're really proud of that program. Nursing student job offers, so the Premier has guaranteed all nursing graduates in the province through to 2026 positions. Nursing education and career development. So currently Nova Scotia offers 2-, 3-, and 4-year BSc nursing programs with extensive hands-on at 4 universities across 5 campuses. And a portion of the nursing strategy funding is designated to support orientation of new graduate nurses transitioning to practice with employers. So there's been a great deal of work that's been happening, and of course we do have the Provincial Nursing Network, which takes employers, it takes educators, Department of Health, and puts those folks together to look at ways in which we can continue to entice people into the profession, make sure that we have adequate graduating classes, and making sure that they have a good work environment, not only to recruit people into positions, but also to retain them.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. And I was aware of much of what the minister has shared again on that. Guess what I was looking more for, Mr. Chair, is actual recruitment and retention strategy that includes data to look at actual number of nurses being trained, look at the numbers of retention here in the province. Is it different in different zones? And in conjunction with how many nurses are being educated. So I don't know from the minister's response if anyone's doing that. I would assume there is someone, but I guess I'll move on to a different question. I do want to emphasize the reason that I've spent so much time asking about some of these questions is because I guess I'm not a health critic anymore. I guess I'm a health critic as independent, but I get messages, Mr. Chair, every day from people from around the province that have had challenging experiences as patient or family members of patients. And I hear their complaints. I always do my best to listen. And almost always, when there are concerns around quality of care, the nurses get blamed. And I feel it's really unfair to our nurses, because the patients and the family members, they don't know that this nurse or group of nurses, they don't know the conditions that they're working in. They often don't know that they've worked short staff, or that they're working in a situation where there's 36% or whatever vacancy rate. They don't know that they're responsible to take care of patients in areas where they don't have access to the equipment they need. And that's why I keep asking these questions, because I think it's important that we dig a little deeper and not just talk about surfacey, have surfacey answers. I think it's really good to look at the data and to look at what's being done. I think our nurses need to know that we are doing the work that's needed to make improvements, and we're not seeing that, Mr. Chair. We're seeing conditions worsen. And last week in my questioning, I asked about the budget, like how much money is being saved with these nursing vacancy rates, and the minister did assure me that there's no money being saved because of the travel agency nurses hired and other. But I will say that we were told in the fall that we had 50% staffing in our ICU, and some days less than that in our emergency department, and we were told it was because the budget was all used at the regional hospital. So it was a budget decision at that time. And just for an example, Mr. Chair, there's normally 8 nurses that staff the emergency department, 6 RNs and 2 LPNs. One day there was 1 nurse. Someone somewhere made a decision that no new travel agency nurses were going to be hired, and there wasn't enough staffing nurses. That was back in November. And we're just continuing to see the problems with our nurses, not just at Cumberland Regional, at CBU, at Cape Breton Regional, Valley, Bridgewater, Yarmouth. I have families and nurses reaching out to me. So that's why I've asked so many questions, to try to better understand of what money is being spent on our budget, to try and make improvements. Because the patients and the family members need it, but also our frontline staff need it, Mr. Chair. They're strong and they're good, but they're only human. I'd like to ask the minister a question regarding staffing of our emergency departments, and I won't ask too many. I know that my colleague from the NTP caucus has asked a lot, but I wanted to ask a very specific question, and it's to do with the staffing at North Cumberland Memorial Hospital, physician staffing, and this is the question that came from a patient. So some days, the physician that's hired to be there from, I believe it's 8 to 6. Some days the physician is there from 8 to 6, and other days people will show up at 5 o'clock and they'll be told that the physician left at 3. So I'm wondering if the minister can let us know, are the doctors in the Pugwash Emergency Department paid a sessional fee, or are they paid by the hours that they actually work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
It's going to take us some time to get that, so if the member wants to wait, that's fine, but otherwise she can go on to another question. It's her preference.
I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'll wait, I will go on to ask another question, and if the department wants to get me that information, that'd be great. My last couple of minutes, I would like to pivot and ask a couple questions about emergency ambulance response. And I'm wondering if the minister can let us know here today about the paramedic situation. I believe the free tuition for paramedics was a step in the right direction. But we all know the difficult job that our paramedics do here in the province, and retention is definitely an issue. I'm wondering if the minister can let us know specifically if the relationship with Medivy has changed at all. When is the contract up between the department, between the government and Medivy Blue Cross? And is the department looking at renewing that contract with the private company, or are they considering creating a private ambulance service, a public ambulance service, which is what the paramedics have asked for? They've asked to become employees of the government, similar to nurses and other healthcare professionals. And I believe many Nova Scotians have not been happy with the private ambulance service for years, and due to the long delay in the wait times and the long waits that people have had after calling 911. And I know this government has made a lot of positive changes there, not to take away from that, but I'm still, just last week, I got a message from someone who waited in a medical crisis for over an hour and a half, and they were very, very upset. So personally, and I know I echo the thoughts of quite a few people around the province, they think that if there's not going to be any accountability with the private company, and there's not going to be any fines or penalties when the private company doesn't meet the benchmarks or key KPIs, then we should be looking at a different model here in the province to try and improve emergency ambulance response times here in the province. So again, just wondering if the department, when is the contract up? Is the department considering another model that would look at providing a publicly funded and publicly owned emergency ambulance system here in the province of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So, as the member mentioned, the EMCI, Emergency Medical Care Inc., has been contracted to operate ambulance since 1997. The current contract commenced on April 1st, 2021, and its term is ending March 31st, 2026. We've moved very much from a contract manager over the last number of years to a true regulator, and certainly that's a result of the folks that are working in the EHS portion of Department of Health and Wellness. They've done incredible work, and EMCI certainly has been responsive to the concerns that we've had. So, to the member's point, we've invested very heavily in EHS, in the workforce, and we continue to work with this partner, but I have nothing to say about the contract at this time.
With just over 5 minutes left, I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe the minister can speak to has there been any fines paid by the company? I'm assuming, I remember the last time I heard this question posed to the minister was a while ago, and I remember being really surprised when I heard the answer no, based on the data in the province and the challenges. Yes, so maybe if the minister can let us know if there's been any fines levied towards the Medavie-owned company, Blue Cross ECMI, for not meeting the contract targets. And I guess also in relation to that, one of the complaints that I've heard pretty consistently is that sometimes the numbers that are shared publicly, paramedics often believe it's not a true reflection of what's happening on the field. So for example, Mr. Chair, what they have shared with me is that the response times are often given from when an ambulance is dispatched to the scene of an accident or where the person has called 911 versus when the call to 911 was made. And there can be quite a large discrepancy in that. So if I called 911 at 2 p.m. and the ambulance arrived at 5, but it was dispatched at 4:30, then the response time is given as 30 minutes as opposed to 3 hours. And a lot of people feel it's a little deceitful. It's not really accurate reporting. And I'm wondering if the minister could speak to that. And my question is, could they start reporting on the response time from when the call is made to when an ambulance arrives on site?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Chair. So certainly, as I said, there has been a great deal of data collected, more data in the system than there has before. I think it's very unfair to insinuate that Department of Health would be deceitful or the folks that are managing the contract or being regulatory be deceitful in terms of hiding things. I will say that there has been an 8.4% increase in EHS calls over the past 3 years, and certainly heavily invested in the ability for paramedics to respond in the field, making sure that there are supports, making sure that there's access to physician 24/7, registered nurse 24/7 to support paramedics in the field. If there's someone who's concerned about response times in their local community, it really is important that those paramedics at the front line work through the supervisor and talk to the managers. Certainly there's been a tour that's been underway over the last number of years. I know that Matthew Crossman, who is the CEO, and certainly Jeff Fraser, who works in Department of Health and Wellness, have done a number of visits throughout this province, certainly from one end to the other. To hear directly from paramedics about their concerns. So I would really encourage paramedics to reach out directly to their supervisors and through their own management structure around those response times. We have seen actually improvements over the last number of years in the response times. It's been related, and it's also improved some offload times. We've seen a great deal of movement in the paramedic workforce. So 267 paramedics have been hired since 2021. Pretty good. So our in-house paramedic is happy to hear that, with 48 paramedic vacancies as of December 2024 compared to 135 vacancies, Chair, the previous year. So really making some great gains. Introduction of EMRs as well to support folks in the field, supporting patients. So really a lot of work that's happened. The medical communication officers, again, additional medical communication officers, which of course are essential in order to make sure that the calls are responded to appropriately. And of course, just giving people new opportunities and a place to work. So the acute
Order.
care.
That completes the time for that round. It is now the NDP's turn. I believe I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Minister. Premier Houston announced a major overhaul of emergency and inpatient care in December of 2022. Most of the work connected to that announcement has been housed in the capital plans for 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 under the umbrella of the Halifax Infirmary expansion project. That's my sense of what that umbrella terms mean. Am I accurate on that?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
We just may need a little bit of clarity. So there is some, of course, money available to us in health associated with new builds. So the redevelopment project in Cape Breton, HIEP, those types of things. But there is also some redevelopment that's happening under Public Works as well. So I just want to make sure we understand the question from the member. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully to put a more specific point on it for the benefit of the minister. In the capital plan for 2023, I'm curious, that announcement in December of 2022, the improving both emergency and inpatient care, there was a major announcement, and I'm just, the place in the capital plan, I understand not everything is broken out in itemized ways, but I understood that work was dispersed across HRM. It didn't only apply to expanding capacity at the infirmary site. It also included funding for some stuff at Dartmouth General. There was also some reference for stuff at the Cobequid Health Centre. But in the capital plan, it seems to me, and I may be in error, but on page, in the document for 2023, where did it go? In the document for 2023, 2024, it's on page 7. There's an item that says Halifax Infirmary Expansion Project. And then in the document for 2024, 2025, also on page 7, that label appears again, Halifax Infirmary Expansion Project. My question is, does that label apply to all of the expansion initiatives captured in that 2022 announcement of expansion of emergency and inpatient care in Metro?
As for the House rules, I would ask the member to table the document you're reading from at some point today. Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So anything that's labeled Halifax Infirmary Expansion Project is the actual campus on site at Halifax Infirmary.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you. Okay, well, that 2022 announcement by the last Houston government made clear.
Order. You did get me the first time, and I had to be reminded that we were not allowed to refer to them by name, so the premier or the title. Thank you. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Heard, Chair. Thank you, and I apologize. So I'm not sure where I find funding that might be attached to the various aspects of that announcement. In the capital plan, I mistakenly guessed that that's where it was, but I raised this question of where in the capital plan in relation to my home riding of Sackville-Cobequid. I'm proud to represent a riding where we have a really important health center, the Cobequid Health Center, which delivers emergency care and a number of different types of care above and beyond that. Largely on an outpatient basis, but that announcement indicated that the government was making a commitment to both expand the number of hours that emergency care would be available. At present, the hours are limited. It's not a 24/7 emergency room like the Halifax Infirmary or the Dartmouth General. There was an announcement that included the development or the building of an additional building on adjacent to the current facility that would provide 36 inpatient beds that didn't currently exist. And I'm asking about this announcement in particular. It's been 2 years since the announcement was made. I understand that planning capital projects, between the time that you announce and the time that something actually gets built and is operationalized. That doesn't happen overnight, so that there's nothing untoward there. But the expansion of emergency room care, I know that in the recent election campaign, that the government side candidates campaigned very strongly on, hey, this stuff is just around the corner, you can count on this. And I'm not quite sure where to find in the capital plan the funding to make those promises happen. Where in the budget am I going to find the funding that expands the hours of emergency care access at the Cobequid Health Center? And I have a separate question about the 36 inpatient beds, but so maybe I'll let that one sit and I'll come back to the other question later. Is that all right with you, Chair?
Excellent.
Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So in 2022, we did have a big announcement, and we looked at the Halifax Infirmary. To the member's point, there was other things that were happening. We talked about a transition to care facility, which of course changed course. We had initially thought we would have 2 sites, and now we are fortunate enough that we'll be able to have both of those facilities in one site. So the Halifax Infirmary expansion project is kind of the physical thing that we can see, but there is central zone master planning that's happening right now, and that's being based on immigration, immigration, and also the health and wellness of the population. Understanding who's living locally, those types of things. So work has carried on with those projects. There are a whole number of teams. I think there was, just for Halifax Infirmary alone, there was 40 clinical teams that really have participated in trying to understand what really is the scope of that project, making sure that it's future-proofed. And similarly, Dr. Christine Short had the opportunity at the news conference the other day to talk about the master planning that's happening in Central Zone. So the work hasn't stopped, but right now it's still really in that planning stage, looking if there's a requirement to, get assets that are in order for expansions, et cetera. So I just want to assure the member that that work is underway, and there is money allocated to that central zone planning, and we do look forward to being able to talk a little bit more about that. So in concept, all of those things stay. There's no change. conceptually, but the details will continue to evolve, and that's certainly under the work of Dr. Christine Short at Nova Scotia Health, who's heavily involved in that master planning. So it does take some time. We needed to get this first big chunk done, but we recognize that there's opportunities off the peninsula to provide a variety of different care, and that work is well underway. More to say, just not right now.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I thank the minister for the answer. So my question was, where in the budget do we find the funding to expand access to emergency health at the Cobequid Health Centre? I got an answer about central planning, and it's unclear to me that money is devoted. This was a promise made before the election campaign. It was a promise that was trumpeted during the campaign that expanded emergency room access was just around the corner. Where is the money in the budget to deliver on this campaign promise that that the residents of Sackville and communities that rely on emergency care at the Cobequid Health Centre in Sackville, we draw in from Uniac, from lots of places that are outside HRM. Where's the money in this budget to deliver on emergency care at that facility? Where do I find it in the budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
We don't have specific facilities operational. So we give grants to the operators who then would have a budget themselves in terms of how money is allocated. So in terms of site-specific information, we wouldn't have anything that's site-specific. What we would have would be, this year in the budget, as an example, there's $19 million in addition to regular funding in order to support emergency room expansion, different care providers, et cetera, across the province. But really, the site-specific allocations are under Nova Scotia Health's budget.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I guess I appreciate the answer, Chair, but there's a degree of impatience in my community. The burden on the existing facility, there's been this assurance on the part of this government for a matter of years now that they have our backs and that emergency care is going to be expanded and made more accessible. There's going to be more hours that you can go and get care. Wait times are through the roof. Staff talk about very challenging conditions that continue to go unaddressed. And to hear that we're not quite sure where the money or how much money is there, it's of concern to me and the people of Sackville, especially after this drum was beaten so loudly during the election that you can count on us to do more faster. And it seems like all we heard about is money for planning, not actually delivering more emergency care in Sackville. My other question is the development of 36 inpatient beds. I understand that we don't build new facilities in the blink of an eye. Healthcare facilities require a complexity of planning that maybe is not applicable to buildings and other government portfolios, and that's fair. I understand the reasons for that. How close are we to the plans for those 36 inpatient beds at Cobequid being fully planned and moving to the tendering and the building of those beds?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. As I said before, there is master planning that's going on in the central zone, looking at all of the infrastructure assets, looking at population, etc. So there's really nothing that I can say about that right now. I believe in the teams that are doing that, the clinical teams, and who are future-proofing our healthcare system. They've done a very good job. So I know the operator is looking at that. I know that those clinical teams are talking about what's happening, informed by data. So there's nothing really changed in the plan, but it does take time. And this is a once-in-a-generation build, and I appreciate that people are anxious. The Cobequid continues to be open from 7 a.m. till 12 a.m., and that will continue for the foreseeable future. You know, we have to consider staffing. We have to consider a whole myriad of things. So I want to assure the folks in Sackville Cobequid that that work is underway, and as soon as we have something to announce, we'll be happy to do that.
I recognize the member for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. You know, we certainly, as the official opposition, support decision-making founded on good data. But Sackville, according to Statistics Canada, is the fastest growing community in Nova Scotia and has been for a number of years. It's projected to maintain that level of growth. The pressure on this facility is not waxing, or is not waning, it's waxing. It continues to grow as our community builds up. You know, I guess the other question I have is, I understand that sometimes when you have to develop builds from the ground up, there's no planning done, and you've got to start from scratch. That can really drag a process down in terms of how quickly it can move forward. But Chair, I mean, it's a matter of record that when this facility was built under the government, the government headed by then Premier Ham, the designs for this building included the capacity to expand it up vertically and scale it up, you know, beyond the structure that was built at the time. So this build in particular is not a build where the department is having to start from scratch in terms of looking at where are we going to put things or how could we expand capacity. Previous governments have already devoted significant resources in terms of planning to be able to scale this facility up in response to needs that they saw in the near future would arise, pressures that would soon come. So my question to the minister is, how has the solid, collaborative, careful work done by a previous government it wouldn't be Capital Health. I'm under a different health board, but the kind of work that I hear the minister talking about in terms of, talking to clinicians and a number of different practices, how is the government making use of resources already spent to be able to move forward in a timely way on a facility where there's already good planning done?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is, we're not building bungalows here. These are very purpose-built facilities, and there has been plans for a very long time for Halifax Infirmary that was not doable. It was absolutely not achievable. So there can be plans, but whether or not they can be executed is something entirely different. That plan, prior to us forming government, was never going to work. There was no opportunity. The workforce could not build and actualize that plan. So it had to be taken back. We had to start from scratch, and actually we had to look at different places across HRM to see what the potential was. So it is a different plan, actually, in fact. And so we focused on the Halifax Infirmary expansion project. We were able to do early works. We're really pleased with the way that facility is coming along. We were able to reach financial close just recently. We were added beds to that facility, 36 more. In fact, based on the new plan, we added 4 more operating rooms, and we've doubled the size of the emergency room because all of the previous models were built on a declining population, which is not actually the case. So we do actually have to go back to the very square one and understand what are the needs. Where can we best serve? I don't know that the growth was predicted outside of HRM or around in the further outside of HRM. I don't believe that was the case. Our models were on a smaller population, not a bigger one, and so and the technology is incredible. So we have to future-proof our buildings so that we're not in the same boat in 35 years. So there's been incredible work that's been done. I want to thank the teams for the incredible work that they've done. Certainly they are the experts in this area, and we rely on them heavily in order to help us build the healthcare system. We know that there's some work to be done at Dartmouth General. We know that there's some work to be done at Cobequid. We know that the Halifax Infirmary is a generational project. So actually, we did have to start pretty much from scratch in order to realize a very different model where we've decentralized some of the services, making sure stuff is closer to people throughout HRM. Certainly, the transition to care facility is the addition of 178 new beds into our system that wasn't contemplated in any other plan. So I want to assure the member, the folks that are leading this work are very good at their jobs. They're very in tune with the community changes, also new technology and cutting edge therapies, and I can assure them that this is top of mind and we'll continue to work with those experts, and as soon as I have more to say, we'll be able to share that.
I recognize the member from Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate, the minister's response. That is the minister's response, but I'm here today because I was asked point blank on hundreds of doorsteps in Lower Sackville about whether or not, as an NDP candidate, running for election in a riding held by a PC member of this legislature who was not reoffering, whether I was going to be an obstacle to achieving the commitments of the previous government. And I looked every single one of them in the eye and I told them that I would in no way be an obstacle. I would be a champion to see that work move forward in the most timely way possible, because I heard over and over and over again that people in my community don't have access. They go to emergency care and they go home again, and they go back the next day and they go home again. Yes, it's open from 7 to 12, but that's not, and yet it's not enough. And I don't hear any money devoted to expanding the care that was promised by this government in 2022. I don't hear that there's money in the budget to deliver more emergency care at that site in this year to come. And that's what people were promised in Lower Sackville. That's not making it happen. That's, well, we'll hope it will happen at some future point. And in terms of the 36 beds, well, there's been 2 years to start the work of planning the development of that facility. The terms of the release talk about a facility adjacent to the existing footprint. Wouldn't mean you have to compromise the existing building or pause programs. It would be an additional building to what's there. And it doesn't sound like the plans for that building are anywhere close to being able to put a spade in the ground and start building those 36 inpatient beds. And so people from Sackville continue to make long commutes into Halifax for beds that simply aren't available. And it doesn't sound like there's a plan to get the beds that were promised for Sackville built in Sackville so that people don't have to put additional burden on this generational investment at Halifax Infirmary. So I'm not sure what needs to happen in the budget, but the people of Lower Sackville are looking for the government to make it happen. It doesn't sound like the money is there to do that in this coming budget year. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I appreciate the members' impatience, and it's hard when you're new here and trying to figure out how it all works. But as I've said before, that work is underway. Just because we don't have anything right now to share doesn't mean that those teams are not working diligently to support Nova Scotians to make sure that that plan is future ready. So there's a number of things that are happening in this budget, and I appreciate it's, you know, fire in the belly, but that work is well underway. This is not a bungalow. This is a purpose-built facility with experts who have to, it needs to be a different grade. We need to make sure that we have a workforce. We need to make sure that there are a number of things. So I appreciate the members' impatience, but I want to assure the folks from Sackville-Cobequid that the former member who represented them well, and we know that there's urgency around this, and that work is underway, and I'll be really happy to stand in community and be able to give them some information as soon as I'm able.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Interesting note, I used to work at Cobequid and went from the old one to the new one, and one of the reasons I quit working there was the frustration that we're supposed to close at 12, transfer all patients. Well, I think originally it was 10, and then it went to 12, but we had so many inpatients and we couldn't get any ambulances that they would be lucky if we could get the patients out of Emerge, out of Cobequid before we opened at 7 in the morning. So there's some real situation there. The question I do want to ask, optimistically, hopefully, I'm happy to see the new Halifax Infirmary expand. When will the, if anybody's been there, I can say this, and I'm sure you agree with me, the horrendous VG be decommissioned?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So that is part of the work that's happening. That's why the Halifax Infirmary, Dr. Short, did a wonderful job explaining that some of the priority is to take inpatients and operating rooms over to the new Halifax Infirmary, but maybe not all of that building needs to be torn down, and that's some of the work that's happening with Central Zone master planning, looking at what the assets are there. There may be portions of it that need to come down. Nothing is certainly going to happen imminently, but really looking at the assets and understanding what is the potential for that site. So the priority is certainly surgical suites, OR theaters, and inpatient units once that facility is built. And then as the building is built, those clinical teams and those master planners will be looking at how to best use that site, the VG site.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So all I can ask is that if there are any parts that are saved, they actually have safe water, heat, so staff don't have to wear their coats, and hopefully less rodents. When that does happen, one of the floors that will probably close will be the 7th palliative care floor. So with that in mind, we know there's lots of evidence across the country that most people spend in Nova Scotia, higher rates of hospitalization at end of death. Department of Health and Wellness guidelines suggest that there should be 7 palliative care beds per 100,000. That would say roughly 76 on current population. To the best of my understanding, there are 10 in Halifax, 10 in the Valley, leaving a huge deficit. Our population's aging, and wondering, I didn't see anything in the speech from the throne or in this budget for increased expansion of hospice across Nova Scotia, particularly in Cape Breton and other areas. Can the minister speak to that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll just give an overview of current hospice capacity. So there are 3 10-bed residences, the Valley Hospice, Hospice Halifax, and Hospice Cape Breton, and there is a total number of 30 beds for hospice, and there are 41 dedicated palliative care units in the province that provide specialist inpatient care. Primary aim of crisis intervention and medical stabilization. So in Northern Zone, Aberdeen has 6 and Colchester East Hants has 10. Cape Breton Regional has 9, St. Martha's has 6, and the QE2 has 10. Approximately 24 designated palliative care comfort beds exist across the province additionally to support people with specialist palliative care needs. Where palliative care units are limited or don't exist. So we do appreciate, we're working with several organizations across the province. We understand that there is a need across the province for a variety of different models, not just in hospital or hospice, but actually supporting families who want to keep their loved ones at home. So I can assure the member opposite that there is work happening underway on this file, and we'll continue to work in community and see where we can support communities based on the model that they choose. So some do want hospice, others need increased access perhaps to home-based palliative care, but we'll continue to work in community to understand community needs and continue to support and expand the program.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Want to first thank the minister for that correction numbers. And I was looking to see how much was in this budget in these estimates for hospice and where it may be. And just add an anecdotal note that I was on the Hospice Halifax board for the last year before recusing myself, and it was really disheartening every month to see more people pass away waiting to get into hospice than we could actually serve. So I'm just curious, I don't know within this estimates how much is dedicated to hospice and palliative care for the coming year.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So for hospice care, in this budget, there's $6.7 million dollars allocated for hospice, and there is different funding models, I think, for the hospice across the province. And there's 18 million for palliative care units across the province. Now, that's not to say palliative care doesn't happen in our regular parts of the hospital as well, but that would be the two budget item lines for direct and targeted funding.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Minister. Back to my favorite topic, emergency services in rural Nova Scotia. I'm wondering, in the previous year, we saw some emergency departments change to urgent care sites and a change in counts. Is there any plans in the coming year for any of the emergency departments to be changed to the service level to an urgent care site?
I recognize Minister of Health and Wellness.
No, there's no current plans to change.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we get into the estimates specific to emergency one, I'm wondering, we have a number of emergency departments that were intended to be open 24/7, but because of a number of reasons, I'm sure the minister knows better than I do, their hours were much less than communities would want, and no doubt what the minister wants. When we look at the funding for the coming year for emergency departments, is the funding based on an expectation of 24/7 availability emergency services, or have there been any adjustments to the funding, certainly the smaller sites, and in anticipation of a reduction of hours?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there isn't any reduction. If we can staff those facilities, then we do staff them. So it's utilization really, but there's no change in funding levels. It's really around whether or not we have the staff to staff them.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Bouncing around here a bit. Great, thank you. Since the announcement in the Lieutenant Governor's speech and also in the press release, I've had a number of calls to my constituency saying, tell me more about the menopause clinic. Questions are, will it be located at the IWK? Will it be what it will be its deliverables, hours of service, and wait times. Obviously wait times you don't know until you do, but people are very curious as to what this goal is, what the deliverables will be, where it'll be located, and what to expect in terms of service. Could the minister speak to that item, please?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So there is, so the new Menopause Center of Excellence is currently under planning now. So it will be in some way, shape, or form. IWK will be involved, Nova Scotia Health, the Menopause Society, Nova Scotia, which is new. And also, ideally, we'll be looking at Nova Scotia Health Innovation Hub and looking also at not only innovation and research and evaluation, but, where are the other opportunities for us to become a full center of excellence and do research as well as treatment. So there is some things happening now. So IWK is establishing 2 centralized health hubs in Dartmouth and the other in Halifax to support a variety of women's health. But there'll be more. We recently had a meeting about the Menopause Center of Excellence and the model, and that information will emerge, but we are quite focused on it, making sure that we're including all of those voices and that we have an opportunity. We recognize, I suspect it's definitely going to be located in HRM, but our ability to provide services to rural Nova Scotia women is really important as well. So that will come along. Lots of excitement about that. I get lots of calls and emails about that as well. And so really heavily under the planning stages right now, and grateful to the expertise around the table, looking to understand what the best model is to help the 350,000 women who are either perimenopausal, menopausal, or postmenopausal. So really, yeah, very, very excited about that, and that work is well underway.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
When should we expect that to be open and the first patient to be seen?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I do not have my crystal ball, but I can say that folks are working very hard. Certainly, the Premier wants that clinic up and running as soon as possible. But again, we have to plan appropriately. We need to make sure that we have the right clinicians, that we have the right model, that everybody, you know, not only that people are there to give service, but evaluation as well. And so we'll be, it will be sooner than later, but I really can't say with any certainty right now what the date will be, but we're anxious to get it open.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Will it be open within this fiscal coming year?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
More to say at another day.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
In previous discussions this evening, mentioned the gaps in terms of CCAs and RNs, and we also talked last time about physicians. The numbers are staggering. Wanted to know how much is being dedicated funding for recruitment for the entire healthcare workforce. It's a big question because we also understand there's a shortage of occupational therapists, respiratory therapists. And is that recruitment being led in-house internally, or is it being contracted out, that recruitment? So how much is the budget? Don't need to expect per provider, but global budget, and how is that being delivered?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So I think I'll start with Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment that has an $8.6 million budget for designated specifically for supporting recruitment of healthcare professionals through the office. There's also a $2 million fund in addition where we work with community grants are applied for by community organizations to support recruitment. And then, of course, the operators, Nova Scotia Health and IWK, they would have their own recruitment efforts in-house. We would also have, of course, sign-on bonuses for physicians through physician services. So there's variety of different avenues, but certainly designated specifically, we would be looking at the office. So it has a budget of 8.6 million and per year. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, that's helpful. One of the concerns that's come to my attention, both when I was in practice and recently, with the increasing wait times or lack of access to to primary care, we've seen private care grow, particularly in Metro Halifax. And I don't mean publicly funded, private delivered, but we know there's 2 clinics that are offering primary care, pay as you go. One of the website calls it a la carte concierge, which I find quite offensive. The question is, so you actually pay, you get after-hour service, you pay for the fees. My understanding, they don't bill MSI. But a question I have, and certainly clients have who can't afford those services, are these clinics who've been operating for a couple of years, one has physicians, one is operated with mostly nurse practitioners, and also with Maple now providing private services. Does the minister feel these are operating within the Canada Health Act?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So, of course, in their province, we don't regulate private clinics. Our role is to look at publicly funded services, and so we've said to patients it's really important, kind of a buyer beware, making sure that people are credentialed, making sure that these individuals have access into the healthcare system, which often they don't. So we have had conversations with the federal government. We feel that it's important that the Canada Health Act be updated, and if there is a recognition or a want for us to be more closely integrated or understand what's happening in the private space, that Canada Health Act needs to be updated, but we really don't have a line of sight on any of those clinics.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
I'm surprised by that, because in my time in the Department of Health, 2017, 2019, there was a requirement with the transfer of funds that the deputy and also the minister having to report back for transfer funds whether there was any services provided that were people paid for outside of MSI, and the province had to make remittances back to the federal. So has this this Department of Health had to make any remittances back to the transfer of funds because of private delivery.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So as far as we're aware, there's only been intervention from the federal government since 2022. Health Canada reduces Canada Health transfer amounts when it considers patients are being directly billed. Nova Scotia has received 2 deductions, one in 22 and one in 23. These clinics are private and we have no legal authority. So federal government looks at a variety of different things, including Stats Canada, which is why we would really like to have an open conversation about opening the Canada Health Act and really modernizing it to reflect current models of care. So we really can't regulate a private business to understand what services they're providing. Similarly, it would be the same with other private providers, like private physiotherapists, private registered massage. There's a variety of different clinicians that we don't regulate, and we can't compel information from a private business. So we only have history back to 2022 and 2023.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. The minister mentioned deductions in 22 and 23. I don't understand what that is and what that means. Could I get some clarity, please?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So as I said, Health Canada reduces Canada Health transfer amounts when it considers patients are being directly billed. So these clawbacks reflect Health Canada's estimate of the activities of private medical imaging clinic located in Halifax. In 22, there was a clawback. An amount of almost 1.27 million, and in 2023, 1.794 million. But again, we have to talk to the federal government about where they're getting their numbers. We cannot compel information from these private clinics, which is why it's so important for that legislation to be updated. The clinic, the medical imaging clinic that provides private services, has just recently entered into an agreement with Nova Scotia Health to provide publicly funded services at its facility.
With 4 minutes left, I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Great, thank you. So I think that's a big difference between deductions and clawbacks. So we have private plastic surgery clinics, we have private Botox clinics. They're regulated, those physicians and that. Other provinces have Private Health Facilities Act, and we don't have that in Nova Scotia. There's Health Facilities Act as applies to nursing home, but we don't have a Private Health Facilities Act as it applies to these clinics, which means that do we have any understanding of infection control, and other issues in those clinics. So whether it's the plastic surgery clinics, whether it's the primary care clinics, their private businesses, their services are clawed back. Has the minister ever considered that in the name of public safety, perhaps we need a Private Health Facilities Act, that other provinces have them, and they are inspected and regulated to make sure that infection control is there? Because in other provinces, we've seen outbreaks because of poor infection control in private clinics.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. That's exactly why we have a real buyer beware. We don't regulate. We don't have legislation to regulate, which is why we need a comprehensive review of the Canada Health Act. But wherever we enter into public-private partnership for services that are insured, some of the services are not insured that people are going for privately. We don't have purview over those. But when we do have a public-private partnership agreement, as an example, I'll use Halifax Vision. We actually designate them as a hospital in order for us to hold them to the same standard that we would any other hospital. So accreditation, infection control, quality, and they're required to report their data to the Department of Health and Wellness, similar to other parts of the healthcare system. So again, it really is a buyer beware environment, and we again call regularly for that Canada Health Act to have a consistent and comprehensive review and application throughout the provinces.
With 1 minute, I recognize the member for Halifax-Arndale.
I guess I expect more in public safety than buyer beware. So the question is, don't do it, but why not do it when other provinces do it?
Order. The time allotted for the NDP this hour has come to an end. I look to the Minister and the staff to see if you need a 10-minute bathroom break, maybe? We'll in recess for 10-minute break. Order. The committee's back in session. Recognize the member for City Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our time for estimates, I'm conceding my time to the member for Cumberland North.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so when I was finishing off the last session with the Minister of Health, I was asking about the paramedics and emergency ambulance response times, and specifically was sharing some concerns that had been shared with me about what's being measured. So would the Minister be able to share with us what is shared as far as the response time? Can the Minister share, is that from the time that 911 is called and the ambulance arrives on scene? And if not, what is the measurement of time that is being shared with the public based on?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So 911 is the sorting, so it's not from the time of the call. So once the address is validated by 911 and EHS is made aware, that's when the time starts counting, and it stops when the crew arrives on scene.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister. It certainly is a very challenging time when you're the person waiting for the ambulance. And I know that I've had quite a few people ask me, you know, why can't the dispatcher or why can't the 911 dispatcher let somebody know what the approximate wait time will be, just for peace of mind, or just so they could make an educated decision if maybe they wanted to transport themselves. And I know that that's always discouraged from a clinical legal liability standpoint, but the reality is there are times that people will make that decision rather than if they knew the wait time for an ambulance is going to be 2 hours or 3 hours, they sometimes will make that decision. And one of the bills that I had tabled in a previous session was to put GPS trackers on our ambulances, similar to what we have on our snowplows, so that you can go online anywhere in the province and see where our where our snowplows are. Could we not do the same for our ambulances? And then people, if they are having a medical emergency, they could go online and see, okay, the closest one to Amherst is Pictou, so I'm going to make a decision to transport a different way. I'm wondering if the minister could respond to that. Has been any consideration given to putting GPS trackers in our ambulances and also meet the requests of so many people that want to have an estimated wait time of how long it will be before the ambulance would arrive? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Lots of changes in the chair. So no, I don't think it would be a prudent thing at all. Snowplows are pretty different than ambulances, and certainly we have a policy around how roads are cleared and when and why. Our ambulances are based on our status plan. So it depends on why you call. You may see ambulances nearby, and there may be times that there is a delayed response, but you're able to speak to the physician. It's always prioritized to the highest acuity of a call. So I would hate to think that people would make assumptions about the acuity of other calls, about the acuity of their own call, and actually try and transport themselves. Always, there's medical first responder units that can come. Emergency care starts the moment you're on with dispatch. We're looking at a video link, which we're using in some situations where physicians can immediately go in and help the paramedics on the scene. And kind of assess the situation. We have physicians 24/7, we have nurses 24/7, so I don't think it's a fair analysis or comparison to say that the ambulances are like snowplows and they're just spread out wherever. Patients need to call. They get care immediately from great dispatchers, people who can help support the call that they're on, giving them more information. So it really would not be a fair assessment. And if I call with a low acuity call and you call with a high acuity call, the ambulance will be prioritized to you for very good reasons. So the system status plan decides where things go, and I would hate for individuals to make assumptions about where an ambulance is or why it's there. Very different, as I said, from snowplows that have a policy about Trans-Canada Highway, trunks and routes, et cetera, right? It's a very predictable plan with timelines, but certainly an emergency health system is not in a position to be able to do that, and I think it would actually put people in jeopardy if we were to use a model such as that.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And I think, the core of my question is that people have waited and are waiting often an exorbitant amount of time for an ambulance during an emergency situation, and they just want to have information to know, am I going to be waiting 15 minutes or am I going to be waiting 2 hours? And I can tell you in Cumberland, there are many times, Cumberland is the largest county in the province, and there are many times there are 0 ambulances physically in Cumberland. And there are times where people have had heart attacks and the closest ambulance was Pictou, an hour and a half or more, 2 hours away. So in those situations, people have said to me, and I think they're right, that they deserve to know if they are going to wait. And in some communities, there are medical first responders. And the medical first responders have said to me, it's not right. They have been told, fire departments have been told they're not allowed to transport for legal reasons, and they're forced to sit and wait sometimes for an exuberant amount of time. And so I'm just passing that on and asking the minister, because that has been asked of me many times, why will dispatch not give an answer? Law enforcement have asked me that question, because often our police are the ones that are waiting by the roadside or waiting with a patient who is unconscious or unresponsive. And it's a very, very stressful time for them. And I had one more question to do with follow up with that now, and I just lost it. It'll come back to me. Also in relation to paramedics, I'm wondering if the minister can, I know what it was. First responders. The minister may not be aware that the town of Amherst, actually, the fire department are not trained as medical first responders. The town of Amherst is quite a large town, over 10,000 people. And what I've been told, and this has not been verified, I will say, but I've been told that they were told they would have to pay quite a fee for each of the fire department members to be trained, and that it was an expense that wasn't affordable. So right now, the firefighters, volunteer and non-volunteer, are not medical first responders in the town of Amherst. So not every town in Amherst has that luxury of having the first responders to respond to medical emergencies. My question to the minister is, are there any plans to expand the use of department paramedics and their scope of practice here in the province of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So in regards to the medical first responders, there are 237 medical first responder agencies across the province, and in 24-25, there was a $1.5 million investment to support agencies in receiving new and ongoing training to better serve Nova Scotians, new clinical treatment protocols as well to support, and also looking at expanding the Good Sam video link to medical first responders. There was also a significant investment in the first annual Medical First Responder Expo that was held in Truro in the past year to really hear directly from our firefighters across the province, and it had overwhelmingly positive feedback as a result. So there's lots happening with medical first responders. They're very valued. We appreciate that there are different abilities of departments in order to fund, but we certainly have leaned into that space to support medical first responders. And in regards to department paramedics, I don't understand what that means. So maybe the member could clarify.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. My question regarding the scope of practice for paramedics is we are starting to see some paramedics work in emergency departments, for example. Is that going to be continued and used across the province? And many paramedics would say that they still are not being used to their full scope. And is that something that the department is willing to look at and work with paramedics on?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we continue to look with the College of Paramedics around scope of practice, and sometimes there are paramedics in emergency rooms, sometimes there's physician assistants, sometimes there's nurse practitioners, sometimes there's a physio. So we really do look locally at the resources and what that team feels would be in their best interest, as an example. What I will say is scope of employment can often be different than scope of practice, and so they're not always exactly the same. So in emergency rooms, there would be a scope of employment for paramedics, but certainly in the field and in the emergency health system, we are constantly striving to ensure that paramedics not only have the scope, but also the competencies in order to use the skills that they have. So sometimes that involves simulation, looking at ways that we can support their practice and ways in which they can ladder their career if they're interested in doing that. So there's a lot of work that happens around scope of practice, but we also have to remember that in different settings, there's also scope of employment.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister for that answer. One of the other questions I wanted to ask specifically for paramedics was around workers' comp. And of course, paramedics have a very difficult job, much more difficult than many people realize. And they have a high stress, a high burnout rate as well. Many are off on sick leave and through workers' comp due to job injury. And I'm wondering if the minister can speak to that they are often given less benefits than other first responders. RCMP, for example, get much greater benefits when it comes to sick time and time off with pay due to workplace injury. And I'm wondering if the minister, if they are looking at that and looking to make improvements for paramedics here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So sick time, of course, is negotiated through a collective agreement. So certainly, I have no idea about RCMP benefits, and certainly WCB, to my knowledge, is not discretionary. So there are WCP papers that need to be filled out, and certainly there is a trajectory that's supported both through employer and WCB. So in 2022, they formed an employee advisory council to support introduction of power loaders and stretchers, lighter medical kits, things that can help paramedics move patients more easily, and ergonomic adjustments to support their physical health. They introduced Connect and Recover, which is a modified return to work plan that helps paramedics who are off work due to illness or injury to safely transition back. In 2023, Department of Health began paying all short-term disability premiums for paramedics and medical communication officers. EMCI Health and Wellness team contracted psychological health and safety advisor to provide mental health expertise, support, and education to the organization. EMCI has implemented standard operating procedures to improve paramedic and patient safety through reducing driving time and distances, and for folks to have a better work-life balance. collaborating with Workers' Compensation Board, an injury prevention task force, which meets regularly, has been struck, and EMC Lifelight has introduced occupational health and safety measures for paramedics, including specialized personal protective equipment to protect Lifelight critical care teams in high-risk transports. So there's been a number of things that have been invested in the last number of years to support paramedics. We very much value the work that they do. Again, we're in constant communication to make sure that we have the things that paramedics need in the field. And the other thing I will say as well, that the ambulances themselves, of course, are built in Yarmouth. Very proud of that, and certainly done with paramedic feedback. So anytime they're looking at what they can do differently, the frontline voice is very important to make sure that it's an environment that paramedics feel meets the needs of themselves and also their patients, and that they have, an ergonomically appropriate environment as much as you can in the back of a truck. But certainly there's been a number of investments made to support paramedics' physical and mental well-being over the last number of years.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. Certainly, I agree. Our paramedics do amazing work here in this province. Back to something I had asked, I actually just remembered part of that question with regards to emergency medical first responders in the Amherst area, and there may be other areas of the province that are the same. My understanding is that they didn't qualify in the town of Amherst for the provincial funding because we had we had a higher ratio, or the ratio of ambulances that were in our town. It was deemed that the town or the fire department would have to pay for the training. And one of the reasons that this was brought to me was because, of course, one of the complaints that we have is that most of the time our ambulances are not anywhere close to Amherst or anywhere in Cumberland County, and they're pulled centrally into HRM. So it seems, I would say, unfair, Mr. Chair, that this money isn't being provided or allowed for the training of first responders, given the lack of ambulances that are in reality are available to the people. And I look at the budget here, I noticed under provincial programs, the funding is actually down from 30 million down to 28, I guess it's 29 million. So it's not down a lot, but I'm wondering if the minister can share what provincial programs are being cut there to show the decrease in that budget. That's on page 15.9 in the health and wellness budget.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that budget has been transferred over to operations. Originally started in health transformation, but it's part of the training piece, and it's been transferred over to operations.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is the minister able to share for what that was, like what specifically?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there is no change, but that money that was moved over is for tuition for paramedics. It's just in a different, it's just been moved. So there's no reduction or change in programs at all.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister. So, Minister, I have a few different questions in a few different areas, so just bear with me. The first question I have, Mr. Chair, is around seniors pharmacare. So, looking at the budget, also on the same page, under seniors pharmacare, it has 207 million estimated for last year and 204 for this year. So we're seeing a decrease of around 3 million or so. And the reason I'm highlighting that and would like the minister to speak to this budget line is that I'm hearing from seniors and their family members on a fairly regular basis, Mr. Chair, about people are upset that they have to pay a late fee. So more and more seniors are working past the age of 65 and don't want to pay for seniors pharmacare, and oftentimes they'll delay joining seniors pharmacare until they absolutely are in a position where they need it, and then they are sent a bill for a late fee. And that upsets a lot of people, and so they feel like their government is punishing them for working past the age of 65, but we really need them in the labor force. So I'm wondering if there's been any consideration given to removing the late fees for seniors pharmacare. And in relation to that question, can the minister give us a number of how much money does the government collect each year in the form of late fees for seniors pharmacare?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So for late fees, copays, and premiums, the total revenue is $66 million, and the total expenditure of the Seniors Pharmacare program is $204 million.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering, if can the minister break those numbers down a little bit? So the number that the minister gave included the copays fees as well as the late fees. So I'm looking specifically for the late fees. Does she have the information of how much the government has collected for late fees, in specifically for the seniors pharmacare? And any also in relation to the question, I'm wondering if the minister can speak to why the decrease from 207 million down to 204 million in the budget.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we don't have that breakdown available this evening. So the change is around utilization that the member is discussing, but it doesn't matter what the number is. As people apply, if they're eligible, then they are enrolled in the program. So it's based on our best guess. But certainly it can be above that or below that, depending on utilization. There's nobody who is never included in it. Like, we just don't exclude anybody from the program when they apply. So it is our projected utilization.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think what the minister is telling me is that they're projecting that less people will utilize the program. I think that's what she has shared. So, but there are people that are denied the program if they don't pay the late fee. If they've sent a bill for the late fee, they are not allowed to join until that fee is paid. And then those are the people that I'm sure the minister probably has some of her own constituents that have called about that. I think all MLAs hear from some people at some point. So I'm wondering if the minister and the department would be able to provide the information of how much money the government collects in late fees for seniors farm care program. Is that something that they would be able to provide for me at a future date?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
That can be tabled at a future date, yes.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. Okay, I'm going to move in a different direction, and this is a topic that maybe probably doesn't come up very often, at least here in the legislature, but it's kind of a sad time when people need medical examiners. And I've had some concerns brought to me from families that have requested an autopsy and were denied. And I'm wondering if the minister can speak to, if the minister is aware, this is quite particular information, so they may have to make some calls or find out later, but I'm wondering if there is a shortage of medical examiners here in the province that would normally be working for Nova Scotia Health. And I'm asking that question because I'm wondering if that is the underlying reason. I've read the legislation around when an autopsy is supposed to be completed, around like if there's a death within 24 hours of coming to the hospital, for example, there's automatically supposed to trigger an autopsy. And there's other rules and policies as well. And those have, for a couple of years now, have not always been done consistently. And I'm wondering if the reason is because of lack of medical examiners. I'm wondering if can the minister respond to that?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. That actually, the medical examiner, the Office of the Medical Examiner actually sits under the Minister of Justice. And so that would be a question that would be best answered by the Minister of Justice.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. And I will ask the Minister of Justice that question. And certainly it is affected. It does affect our healthcare system, especially when if there are policies that aren't being able to be followed due to a potential shortage. So I'll look into that with the Minister of Justice. A couple questions around emergency department, and again, my colleagues already asked a lot, so I'll just ask a couple specific questions. And one is particular to Cumberland Regional Healthcare Center. Mr. Chair, my understanding is Cumberland Regional is the only regional hospital in the province that only has one ER physician staffed 24/7. I realize that there is a second position that is staffed sometimes when staff's available for 8 hours a day. But I'm wondering if the minister, if the department has given any consideration to staffing Cumberland Regional with 2 full-time physicians 24/7. And I'm asking that question, Mr. Chair, because of the long wait times that people are waiting, up to 14 hours, pretty consistently, long wait times. And I know it's hard on staff, it's hard on patients, it's hard on families, it's hard on everyone. And I know that there's a shortage of space, and we're all very thankful that the minister and the premier came through with Premier McNeil's announcement of the ER expansion. He made that announcement in December of 2020. And just a couple months ago, the MLA, the premier and MLA for Pictou East and the minister made the announcement that construction is starting in the spring. So to double the size of the emergency department, that's very much needed. However, we need to have staffing as well to help reduce the wait times. So I'm wondering if the minister can speak to that. And tied into that question, I'm wondering, I think our regional hospital is also one of the only regional hospitals that doesn't have a rapid assessment zone. And I'm wondering if that also is something that the Nova Scotia Health and the department would consider implementing at Cumberland Regional, again, with the goal of trying to reduce the ER wait times. Now, some could say there's no space, but one of the things that we did when there was a flood in our emergency department and our emergency department was closed, and it was moved, there was a temporary emergency department, is the ambulatory care unit was used temporarily during this time. Now, the ambulatory care unit is used during the daytime hours only. It is closed usually by 4 or 5 o'clock every day. So every day, ambulatory care, which is adjacent to our emergency department, which has numerous exam rooms all set up that could be used and utilized for these rapid assessment zones, and or overload and carry over for the emergency department. Some have said, why don't we have a after-hours clinic or a walk-in clinic in the ambulatory care clinic every evening, taking care of those patients that are triage 4 or 5. So your lower acuity patients that would be appropriate for a walk-in clinic could be taken away to reduce the congestion in the emergency department and reduce the stress there as well. So there's a few options and ideas that people have shared around. So the rapid assessment zones, a walk-in clinic or an after-hours clinic in the evening, utilizing that space that right now is not being used at all. And then I'll circle back to the beginning of the question, and that is staffing. Again, I think our emergency department is one of the only regional hospitals that does not have 2 full-time ER physicians. And given the demand and the numbers that are being seen in our emergency department, I'm wondering if the minister could speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there are a number of hospitals across the province that don't have 2 physicians on at 24/7. Certainly Antigonish, as an example, does not. But I do see here that Cumberland Regional is fortunate. They have waiting room care providers, also LPNs, physician assistants and nurse practitioners that work in the emergency room. Those hours are allocated, and there's also opportunity, so the Murray hybrid model is used around staffing emergency rooms, and we recognize that not only acuity but complexity is different, right, in our populations across Nova Scotia. So there's work underway to review that, and there is actually additional, based on that formula, physician hours allocated by site, and so there is a possibility that there is additional hours. The staffing really is the issue. Certainly whenever people are able to staff, that happens, and I know that there's a very committed group of locums that are working in the members' area. So the team are the best decided how to utilize those resources. Certainly in community, physicians are independent practitioners. We can't mandate the hours that they work. They are independent. So we cannot mandate physicians to work after hours or weekends in an after hours clinic, but we can incent them. And so certainly with the longitudinal family medicine model, we have seen increased access on evening and weekends for physicians who participate because we've incentivized them. And I would say that if there's a willingness amongst the staff to consider a rapid assessment zone, certainly they should speak to their management and see what the capacity is at the site, not for staffing and space, but certainly if that team of individuals wants to come forward and talk to management and zone leadership about what the possibilities are, I think that would be entertained.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I asked about the rapid assessment zone areas not because people from Cumberland Regional had asked me to ask that question, but I'm just aware that they exist in other hospitals. So my question was more, is it something Nova Scotia Health Management would take a look at if it's helping reduce wait times? The whole purpose of them, I think, is to reduce wait times and to do rapid assessments. Then if it's helping in other hospitals, is it something that could also be happening in our hospital? And if physical space is an issue because we need the ER expansion, could they be looking at using ambulatory care, which is adjacent to our ER? So that's the sort of the reasoning behind that, just knowing it's at other hospitals. So I do want to ask a couple questions that are around governance. And I know my colleague in the NDP has already asked some really great questions around the Canada Health Act. I love those questions because living in a border community, of course, we share healthcare services, clinical healthcare services with not only New Brunswick, but also PEI. And I'm aware that some of the other provinces, not everyone's following the Canada Health Act. You know, not that long ago, I had a patient contact my office. They were quite angry because they were sent a bill for seeing their doctor who was in Cumberland County, and they were sent a bill from the PEI government. And I said, well, I think you need to call your PEI government. They live in PEI now. And what happened, Mr. Chair, is PEI now have a policy that if you have a physician outside of PEI, you have to pay for it, which that actually violates the Canada Health Act. It violates the portability principle. And so our provinces really do need to work together. We live in such close proximity. And because there's such a shortage of family physicians that when people move even 2-3 hours away, I know people in Amherst that have moved to Cape Breton, they kept their family doctor in Amherst because they don't want to give up their family doctor. They're willing to travel 4 or 5 hours. And the same thing happens if they go to New Brunswick or PEI and vice versa. So the Canada Health Act does matter, and those principles and making sure that people can go anywhere in the country and receive the medical care that they need. So I won't repeat his questions, but I will ask specifically if the minister can speak to what work is being done on an ongoing regular basis to collaborate with specifically New Brunswick. And I'll say that because that, of course, is an area that we share a lot of clinical health services to. And of course, a lot of New Brunswickers come to Cumberland and Truro, as well as the IWK. We have a lot of cross-border shared clinical health services. So I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what is being done on a regular basis to ensure that there is a smooth transition of and shared services between our provinces so that patients are getting the best care that they can get that is closest to home, regardless of what province they live in.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So we do have an agreement with Nova Scotia, New Brunswick and PEI. A lot of the work happens at the operational level amongst the CEOs, but there is very regular meetings, with Department of Health and their counterparts. And of course, we do share services. You look at the IWK as an example. So there is a current focus on surgical services and cancer care, and certainly those, as I said, meet very regularly. There's also some sharing of life flight resources. And then certainly the Atlantic premiers have challenged and directed us to really look at health human resources and how do we support one another because just as the member said, there can be a lot of cross-border travel, and certainly a great example of that would be the Atlantic licensure for physicians and the ability for physicians to move amongst the Atlantic provinces and provide care. So I can assure the member there's lots of work that's happening, and certainly in the event that someone requires care outside of the province, there is a reciprocal billing process that's been in place for a long period of time.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister. I'm wondering if the Minister could speak just about the OR operating capacity. I'm wondering if the government is still giving consideration to looking at utilizing our ORs in the province for much longer hours. I know not this past election, but the one previous that was part of the platform. I know it's something that I've long advocated for. ORs cost a lot of money, and the fact in this province, a lot of operating rooms are only utilized Monday to Friday, 8 hours a day, and I know that the government had looked at looking at try to decrease the wait times in the province by getting our operating rooms running more, like 12, 16 or more hours a day. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak if that's how that plan is coming forward, if that is still being worked on.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So there's been a number of things that have happened to support improving surgical access. So first of all, there has been partnership with private surgical clinics. So Nova Scotia Health has completed 1,638 cases at Atlantic Canada Ambulatory Services up to December 31st. 826 cases from the IWK waitlist were also done at Scotia Surgery or the Atlantic Canada Ambulatory Services. Halifax Vision also has really supported more cataracts being done. There's also been an expansion to other things like endoscopy procedures and making sure that people have better access across the province. So surgical capacity expanded through the hiring of staff, so surgeons, anesthesia, nursing, and perioperative staff. As I said, there's expanded agreements with assets in the community that at sometimes are private but can be used in the public system. Endoscopy capacity has increased significantly, especially at Dartmouth General Hospital. More modern and electronic referral and booking process has really allowed us to modernize the ways in which we move patients through the system, and it actually gives better line of sight about capacity in other hospitals, so it's been very, very helpful, that electronic referral process. There's a new surgical payment initiative for physicians supporting more evening and weekend surgeries and surgeries on statutory and recognized holidays, and that has resulted in approximately 140 additional surgeries. Surgical robotics program has expanded as well. There's a new in-province travel assistance program for folks, expanding the number of operating rooms and expanding the number of procedures that can be done in procedural rooms, freeing up OR space. So looking at a zone level, seeing where the assets are in a community, what the current practices are. So as an example, advances in cataract surgery, not using conscious sedation routinely, but actually looking at ways that people can be treated, in procedural rooms or lower acuity environments versus using those more high acuity OR theaters for simple procedures. So there's been a lot of work that's been done across the province to improve surgical access over the last number of years.
I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister. I could really go down that rabbit hole and ask more, but I will not. Minister, there's a couple of a question here around virtual care. I've had actually quite a few people ask me why the government limits people that has a primary care provider to only 2 visits, 2 virtual visits a year that are covered. And I get the reason they're asking me this is because oftentimes their own primary care provider is not available. And you could make an assumption that if people were using virtual care more, even if they had a primary care provider, then that primary care provider could be freed up to see other sick patients that are calling them. So I'm wondering if the minister could speak to that. Has there been any consideration by the department to increase the number of visits from 2 for people that have a family physician in the province? Thank you.
With 5 minutes remaining, the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So currently, Virtual Care Nova Scotia is available unlimited to people who are not attached to a primary care provider. And again, it allows people to then get in-person care should the virtual care provider deem that that's necessary. And so because there is no attachment, that is something that we're happy to be able to provide. People who are attached also have a variety of different options. So certainly primary pharmacy clinics, mobile units, and urgent treatment centers. But I do actually think if you're attached, particularly if your physician is on a longitudinal family medicine contract, they actually are paid to care for you. And so it really is a matter of understanding how that practice functions. It is important that the patients talk to their physicians about their access when they're attached. There's a practice optimization team that can go out and have a look at these practices across the province, and I use the story all the time about Dell Family Medicine. Felt they were going to have to decant patients. They really were feeling, overwhelmed, and this optimization team went in and were able to work with them very closely and recognize where things were clogged, and with some small tweaks to the practice, additional resources. Everyone assumes they need more physicians or more nurse practitioners or more of a variety of different allied healthcare professionals, but it was actually, the addition of administrative staff that actually made a significant difference in that space. So I would encourage any physician that's having difficulty seeing their patients in a timely fashion to phone that helpline that's available for primary care providers. That helpline is really an opportunity for people to reach out and explain that there are issues within the practice through no fault of anyone's. Practices evolve. Certainly when you're a new physician and potentially your practice was younger 30 years ago or 20 years ago or 10 years ago, your ability to see patients may have been different, but we know the complexity of patients is changing. We know that the complexity of therapies is changing, and so really we are trying to move as quickly as possible to team-based care to support not just physicians but nurse practitioners to providing a variety of different care modalities. So I think, we do have finite resources. We've spent a lot of money on healthcare, and we actually, in some ways, potentially have overbuilt the system in spots. So we do really expect that if a patient is attached to a primary care provider, the expectation is that they should get in to see them. And so I would say that if that's an ongoing issue, certainly being able to speak to the physician about that. 2 virtual care appointments, are something per person. It's not per family. So, but there's also expanded scope in other of our allied healthcare professionals, like the pharmacists who are working not just in a primary care clinic, but in pharmacy overall, able to do more things. Urgent treatment centers are available, and certainly in Cumberland area, they have some really incredible success stories up there. It's one of the first things that we were able to implement and review. So, overall, I think there's 840,000 new access points in the system annually, which is about 70,000 per month. And so if those 2 virtual care appointments are exhausted, then I think really there are other opportunities. But I do really think that people should expect that their physicians and their nurse practitioners have the capacity within the office. So again, if there are clinicians listening and feeling that their practice is overwhelmed, I would really encourage them to reach out. And also folks who are considering transitioning out of practice. Sometimes people are near the end of their career and they're considering transitioning out of practice, and if we know in advance, we're able to provide opportunities. So perhaps they can work in a part-time model, or they could work in some of those other access points that I spoke about in order to support patient care. So I know it can be frustrating, it can be difficult at times, and certainly we've seen success with practices who've gone to same-day, next-day access. I think I spoke about that last week briefly, that particularly if you're fee-for-service, it can feel a bit scary, I'm sure, when you look and you see that your calendar is empty, when in fact we know that there's demand on services, and we'll certainly be able to make sure that those appointments are filled. So I appreciate the request, but right now we really are in a position that those 2 are all we're going to be able to offer, but certainly would encourage people to look at the other access points across the system.
Order. The allotted time has elapsed. It will now be the turn of the NDP for a full hour. Before we begin, Minister, do you need a recess? Good to go? Good to continue. Okay, I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
A couple quick ones, and then I really want to spend the last hour in getting to estimates. So I think we've been arguing that, and you're probably aware, the minister is probably aware that rural emerges are struggling, and even if there is funding for 2 people, often there's not physicians available. With the new physician assistant coming on and there's an ER stream, I know some of the students I teach with are quite keen. So I guess my question is there an opportunity, or will physician assistants be dedicated to rural emerges, places that come to mind that could really benefit from a physician assistant? I think are Guysborough, Canso, Annapolis, Shelburne, Digby. So will those areas be a priority for physician assistants in the ER scope of practice?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. Certainly, emergency rooms are part of the plan and hope for physician assistants, but also primary care as well, as I've said last week. And we know that physician assistants really do need to work under the direction of a physician. So what's really important is there's a most responsible physician in a community that can support a physician assistant in their work. So I know that it's top of mind. Nova Scotia Health is very interested. We are just going to graduate the first 24, and they will have no trouble finding opportunities throughout the province, and we're going to have to continue to build the workforce. And as time goes on, as things evolve, we'll be able to look at what roles they play, which emergency rooms are best suited for them, primary care environments, etc. So I can't presuppose and say one's going to go here or there or wherever, but I can say that certainly there will be lots of opportunities for those individuals, and I think that position will continue to evolve in Nova Scotia as we continue to bring more people into the workforce.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
As people probably know, the Halifax Firefighter Professional Association approached HRM Council about securing funding for cancer screening. There's pretty good evidence now that screening people with long-term exposure after 5-10 years can get early detection. Firefighters, as we know, are at higher risk of colon cancer, lung cancer, certain types of leukemias, and skin cancer. When I reviewed what the cancer screening was, and the reason they're asking for coverage is when they go to their family doctor, the family doctor cues in that the screening test they want, they're not eligible for because it's a screening test. If they went in with a cough, as I did this week in Emerge, everything would be done. There's nothing spectacular fancy outside of the screening test when I reviewed them. It's blood work, chest x-ray, yet the difference is if you present with a symptom, it's covered, but if the family doctor puts in a billing code as screening, it's not covered. So it could be done in any center in Nova Scotia. There's nothing fancy, exciting about the screening test. So my question to the minister is, I'm not sure what HRM is going to do. That I think they've tabled it and they're going to bring it back. But it does raise the question is, shouldn't screening be available to firefighters in Cape Breton and those also in rural Nova Scotia who are volunteers who may be 5-10 years on the job while lower volume, probably some degree of exposure over the time. So it's just the nuance between, are you presenting with a cough or are you presenting for screening? Because some lab tests will be accepted if you're presenting for a cough, but if you say it's screening, it's all rejected. So my question to the minister and the Department of Health, would the Department of Health seriously look at providing coverage for cancer screening across Nova Scotia for firefighters at risk?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So we continue to have ongoing discussions. Certainly we had the opportunity, the former Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration and I were able to attend an event in 2022 where we announced that we would be increasing coverage that presumed to be occupational diseases for firefighters from 6 to 19. So there is a national framework on cancers linked to firefighting, and it was released in October of 2024. And so there is some ongoing work that's happening with that. But right now, I don't have anything to announce about that. But it's certainly we have a good relationship with the firefighters, and we've heard from them, and certainly that document is being reviewed in the department.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I would just speak, when I looked at the bill that expanded WCB compensation for injuries after they've occurred related to occupational illness, it was pretty unanimous, and I think it could easily be unanimous support for the cancer screening, so I offer that out there. Again, they're not complicated tests. You get a cough, you can get it done. So thank you. One quick question and then switch the rest of the time to look at the document, the estimates. First question I have is, before we get into that, how many collective agreements does the Department of Health have outside of the doctor's master agreement, which doesn't expire until 27? And are there any due to either have expired or will expire in the coming fiscal year?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that's something that we'll table in future. I don't have it at my fingertips, and certainly the collective agreements that we've negotiated over the last number of years have a variety of different lengths. Some are 2, some are 3, et cetera, some are 4. So it's not something that's just at the tip of my fingers, and so it can be tabled at a later date.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
And having done some program planning, one of the challenges, and I'm curious what your response was or how the minister approached it, or more importantly, the Department of Health. We saw the population grow between 2001 and 2023 by about 72,000 over a million. As you look at this estimates for the coming year, has there been any, what have you factored in terms of population growth, if any impact that might have on the estimates?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So yes, there would be some recognition around population growth, not only within the province, but certainly Canada Health transfer payments as well would look at that. But again, we also have to look at program-specific investments as well. So the number of people in seniors pharmacare, the number of people getting continuous glucose monitor in the pump program, you know, all of these different things have different demographics. So yes, we do look at population growth, but we also know that each individual is very unique, and the burden of illness and complexity can vary as well. So there are some variances that are not captured fully by population. And really, we look at our utilization numbers and are predictive in nature in terms of what we think of, what there's a population, but then the utilization as well.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
So the rest of my questions will speak to line items in the estimates and supplementary details. So I'm just checking to make sure Minister and deputies have this. We're on the same document.
Thumbs up, all good? All right, I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Perfect. So obviously section 15 is health. I'm looking at page 15.2 under strategic direction and accountability. Down that first, strategic performance and partnerships. There's a significant difference between the estimate for 25-24 forecast and the 25-26 estimate. What is that and why the difference?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So under the strategy, performance, and partnership, that includes a number of staff complements that have been moved around a bit. It also includes the Patient Access to Care Act. There's some money designated there as well for the Physician Assessment Center of Excellence, our contributions to the PCPA program, some salary increases, those types of things. So that kind of waxes and wanes based on what we have in front of us in terms of departmental projects.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So that describes what it is, but it's you know, it's an increase. So what's the goal with that increase?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the increase is around $5 million, and so the Patient Access to Care grant and the Physician Assessment Center of Excellence is roughly $4 million of that, and the remainder are other salary increases, as I said, PCPA program, those types of things. So really around the utilization of that, standing up our PACE clinic.
Oh, hold up. I recognize the member from Halifax Armdale.
Again, on page 15.2 under service delivery supports, I'm quite excited about this one, so I'm curious more than anything. Emergency health services is going up in this estimate. I'm just curious as to what that is.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So this is EHS. The majority of that number actually is collective agreement requirements. Operational things like lease renewals, fleet prevention, preventative maintenance, those types of things. So this is really operational funding, and the majority of that would be around negotiated items in the collective agreement.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Excellent. That sounds like good news. I now turn to page 15.3 under funded staff. Total funded staff, top line, the forecast for 24-25 was 240. The estimate for 25-26 is 289. Again, why the difference and what's the deliverable?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So you'll notice 24-25 estimate, and then the forecast is actually really essentially what it was because there were some vacancies in the department, and so the 25-26 is our estimate.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I now turn to page 15.4. Programs and Services Office of the Minister, looking at FTEs, I see 11, 17. Why the difference?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
It's actually the communication staff that work with Department of Health and Wellness. They've been brought into the department.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, that's helpful. I now turn to 15.6. I'm looking at, under Programs and Services, page 15.6, Corporate Strategic Administration, the forecast was 766. The 25-26 estimate is 1810. What is that and why the change?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So it really is just a movement of staff. You'll notice under that there's new, it's just a movement of staff to new items, new budget lines. But if you look at the bottom, the estimate last year, 24-25, 116, it's really only 3 additional FTEs. It's just moving when we restructure, realign the department.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Further down, again, just curious, policy and corporate operations is increasing between the estimates forecast and the estimate this year. Why the change there? What's that?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So a couple of questions ago, you asked about strategy, performance, and partnerships. That was on page 15.2. This is just a breakout of that. So it's the same breakdown.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Moving to 15.8, both look like good news stories. Longitudinal family medicine, I was helped involved in that. I know it is the blended cap model, and I see it's increased, which looks like good news. Although, yeah, the forecast was 182, 118. I guess the question I have, again, highly supportive of the blended cap model, is, and you may have, the minister may have told this earlier today or last week, how many not FTEs, how many, I'm assuming most of these longitudinal family medicine may be either in private practice or joining a collaborative care group. How many, and pardon me if I've already asked the question, is how many community collaborative practices does the Department of Health and Minister hope to have up and fully at capacity by the end of the fiscal year?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So in the spring of 2024, there were 103 collaborative family practice teams or health homes that operate under Nova Scotia Health. And in 2025, there are 115 teams. So there's been we're increasing by 12 teams, and there may be hopefully more expansion over the year. But we're up to the expectation is there'll be 115 teams.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so the hope is that we'll be at 134 by the end of 2025 fiscal. 134 teams.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So just so I understand, it's all good news, 134 total, not another 134. Yeah, so about another 20, okay. Roughly, again, all good news, highly supportive. Is there a standard template to each one? And what might be the standard cost to provide that services? So is there a standard template for community collaborative practice and the costs from startup to a year of function, a year of practice?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there would not be a standard cost per se. It would depend whether we're growing a team or starting a team, what the space is like, whether it's equipped, not equipped, etc. But in the settings, right, we look predominantly doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, and other health professionals like social workers, dietitians, pharmacists, OTs, so that they can work in the same clinic. But I think that's probably the beauty of the model, is that we don't say thou shall have this, this, and this. It actually allows us to be a bit more community specific and practice specific. And so, you know, there's a number being built across the province, and so they're all unique, is what I would say.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Turning to 15.9, pharmacare. One big question that's looming is, with the pharmacare agreement potentially underway negotiations, and I know there's like 8 different types of pharmacare. There's senior special drugs, there's HIV, there's MS, there's about 6 specialty drugs in there, PrEP. What are you what might the Department of Health be anticipating how this whole budget line and services might change? How might it change? Should we reach a pharmacare agreement?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that's quite difficult to answer because we don't have those negotiated settlements in place yet. And so there's just a variety of different things. So if we looked at, as an example, the diabetes care program, we already have a standalone CGM program, which isn't necessarily captured fully. So it's not really that easy for us to know exactly until that amount is negotiated for us to understand really what the final impact will be.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So as far as I know, PrEP, which was introduced, antiretroviral prevention for HIV, the pharmacare coverage was introduced 2018, maybe early 2019. The recommendation of the day was universal coverage based on evidence in BC. The government of the day decided to do pharmacare qualifications and pharmacare eligibility versus universality. If you look at the HIV rates, new infections in Nova Scotia, they haven't really dropped in the last 8 years. There was a small spike, but the number hasn't really dropped. I also know that my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel, brought on at least once, if not twice, a vote for universal coverage based on the fact that the evidence shows universal coverage has a much better outcome. The cost would be about $300,000. So I'm curious that given the cost, we also know the evidence is preventing one case would save about $250,000, and that's really well documented. So I'm curious if why the vote against it based on the evidence is so clearly and based on seeing that the PrEP that's being offered hasn't reduced the HIV infection rates in Nova Scotia over the last 4 years.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So PrEP continues to be available through our pharmacare program with the usual deductibles and co-payments. And so it's one of the prongs of supporting communities. So we look at you know, a variety of different things. There's just been a pilot with pharmacists prescribing PrEP. And so the College of Pharmacists are including that in the scope, so looking at how we can improve access and also trying to expand testing kits, et cetera. I think what I would say, there's so many demands on the system. There's lots of requests. Every year, incrementally, we try to do a few new things. This year, we're in a position we could add RSV, and we could add shingles vaccine. So we do what we can. We always wish we could do more, but incrementally, you know, we try and increase access and improve benefits across the board. So there's nothing in this year's budget for this. We're going to continue to do things the way we have, but we're interested in the information that's garnered from that feasibility study of the pharmacist prescribing PrEP. And so it is on the radar in Department of Health, but there's no change in the program this year.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I guess I'm still a bit perplexed because the evidence for the last 10 years has been overwhelming, and the cost when I was involved in that program, costing it out, was the difference between pharmacare and universal was less than $500,000. But the evidence was so overwhelming that if you provided universal coverage, we could reduce the HIV infection rates by 50% in Nova Scotia. So incremental is great, but it almost feels like the evidence is being ignored. So I have to press on this because it's a low-hanging fruit to me in terms of good medicine and prevention. So again, I'm just surprised. Incremental for something that's so well documented and implemented in other provinces is surprising. So help me understand why not.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I just explained why not. We've been trying over the last number of years to incrementally increase a number of things. This year, you know, folks would say arguably Shinrex should have been covered long ago. There are other things we were able to do it this year. We looked at high-dose flu last year. We're looking at a variety of different things. We've, you know, looked at CGM, expanded those programs. We've introduced Men B for certain populations. So I appreciate the member's point, but we have a finite number of resources, and we're trying very carefully to increase services to the best of our ability on an annual basis. So, you know, it's on our radar, we're aware, but there's nothing in this year's budget for that. We're going to continue to offer it through pharmacare. We're going to continue to understand how we can increase access through pharmacists. And, maybe in future there will be more to say, but this is what we're able to do this year in the budget. But I do appreciate the member's question.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. Turning to 1510. Again, whenever I see funding going up, I think it's a good idea. I just don't know what it is. So I'm looking under other programs, page 1510. The description of the program is a bit vague, but I'm optimistic. Increase in acute and primary health care. Not questioning the number, just questioning what is it and what's the impact, or what's the desired impact?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
It's actually wage increases for Nova Scotia hearing and speech centres, operational and an increase in operational costs and wages, and also increased wages for St. Anne's Community Centre.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. That's a good news story. Another potentially good news one, but I'm just curious as to what where the resources are going. Communicable disease and prevention is substantially increased in the estimate this year, so I have to applaud the direction. I just don't know what the direction it is.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the federal funding for COVID vaccinations has stopped. So that would include our RSV vaccine, our shingles vaccine, and our COVID vaccines.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
On that matter, question I have is, that's excellent news, is related to COVID swabs and testing. And I know the strategy has changed in about October, that there's an inventory here now. What's the plan for the COVID swab inventory over the coming fiscal year?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. Thank the member for the question. So, really we're at a place now where we're living with COVID. It's certainly going to stay with us for a long time. So, of course, obviously we want people to be vaccinated, particularly high-risk groups, but we will stay with our current the current way in which we're managing tests now. So there is limited supplies in community. If you're high risk, you can go on and do the assessment and follow the the testing page to see if you're eligible, and so you can have, you can pick up tests or you can potentially have a PCR. So we don't perceive any change whatsoever in our current strategy with COVID.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Almost there. 1511. Programs and services. I'm curious by other acute expenditures. The forecast is much higher than the 2025 estimate, yet the 25-26 estimate is lower than the 24-25 estimate. Can you just explain to me what that is and why?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So that's mostly, it's the health transformation budget. So we can expect that over time that will continue to come down a bit. So in the beginning, this is our 4th year of being in transformation. So the develop, the planning, the implementation stage are in those early days more intensive. And now we're more in that stabilization phase of it all. So an example would be patient access and flow. So you can imagine during procurement and those types of things, there would be an upfront cost, but we're now getting into regular utilization. So it's health transformation.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Another one that just seems a bit vague is page 1512 under programs and services, other acute care expenditures. Again, discrepancy between the estimate 25, the forecast, and then the estimate this year. What is that and why the discrepancy?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Similarly, it would be the same, just around stabilizing that transformation envelope. But it's a nominal amount, really, in the overall budget, $200,000.
Recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Not to test, but just out of curiosity, can you explain that a bit more?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So similarly to the previous question, when we start transformation, there's always that initial cost. So you're developing, planning, implementing, but this is simply, you know, coming back into kind of normal operations. So we use the example of access and flow. You know, these different ways in which we're doing things differently, they have to become part of normal operations. So often costs are higher up front, but we'll actually, you know, drop a bit and then plateau over time.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
The minister will be happy to know that given the hour, while I have more questions, I'm going to defer to my colleague.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions for the minister. The minister and I have had this conversation before, and so I want to follow up. Individuals experiencing miscarriages that are under 20 weeks are not often sent, for example, to the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, but are sent to another local hospital emergency room. I'm just wondering if this practice has ended or if it still continues.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there's a variation here around zones, but I will speak about Eastern zones. So the Highland Community Midwives offer miscarriage support through clinic and home visits, and miscarriages occurring after 20 weeks are offered perinatal clinic follow-up, and those before 20 weeks are managed by family physicians or OBGYNs. And miscarriages past 20 weeks are supported by the Family Newborn Unit. And I will say that recently, probably in the fall, I was at the Quality Day for Nova Scotia Health, and there actually is a pilot project out of Northern Zone where they're looking at miscarriage support and doing some evaluative data on that.
With just over 4 minutes left, I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you. I just want to follow up further. Minister, I'm talking more about where they're referred to. So, for instance, I will give a personal, my case. I was taken by ambulance experiencing a miscarriage. I was sent to Glace Bay Hospital because they would not take me at the regional because I was under 20 weeks. However, they did send me to the regional because I needed gynecological care. And so my question is, why are individuals experiencing miscarriages being sent to, say, a local emergency room rather than the regional emergency rooms where there is gynecological care?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I think that really depends on the situation for individuals. There are some miscarriages under 20 weeks that are absolutely devastating, but they can be cared for locally. And when there is a more complex situation, then they should go on to obstetrical care and gynecological care. But there are also individuals who get to stay in their home community and they get to have care from a practitioner that they know. So I don't think there's one cookie cutter, but I will say that they are, they're looking at a pilot on pathways to inform by first voice to improve the experience for individuals.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Whitney.
I cede my time to the member for Halifax Armdale.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So not one to throw in the towel. I wanted to ask a question I was asked yesterday and never heard the answer, but it's a good news question, is given how demoralized people are feeling in Emerge, I asked yesterday, would the Minister of Health be prepared to visit our rural emerges, Guysborough, Canso, and just say, I'm here, how are you doing? How are you doing?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
I visit hospitals all the time, like on a very, very regular basis. So I'm happy to do that. Sometimes I'm probably in some of those places too often, so.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I just want to say thank you for doing that. It makes a big difference, and thank you for your patience and questions over the last 2 to 4 days. I've lost track, so thank you so much.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
To my colleague from
Sydney member.
Sydney.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
I was going to concede my time to the member, so, but I'll take a few minutes. My colleague from Cumberland North may have a question left before we finish, but we also want to make sure you have enough time to, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister. How much time do you? I guess how much time do you need? Okay. Okay. Good to know. A couple of years of practice, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll take a few minutes just to talk about the ER at the regional. So there's been some pretty heavy concerns coming from the regional hospital, just in messaging that we're hearing from the community around wait times and around. And I mentioned this to the minister, so this isn't meant to be a question to put the minister on the spot, Mr. Speaker, because it's concerned with most of the ERs in the regional, and we're hearing, and again, I don't have the details in front of me, but we've heard we lost a number of docs that were involved with the ER at the regional. There's some safety concerns there too as well when it came to some aggressiveness over the last couple of days when with patients. So I guess my question to the minister is, are they looking at any new steps at the regional hospital in Sydney to kind of address what we're hearing on the ground when it comes to wait times and some of the other concerns that came? Because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the wait times at the regional in Sydney are the highest in the province.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. I know that there's certainly been some staffing challenges there, but there have been some attempts to improve. So rapid assessment zone is available there, which I think has been very helpful, and a split flow. Renovations, waiting room attendants, and waiting room care providers have helped, and certainly a focus on offloads. But I know that staffing has certainly been a challenge, not only nursing but physicians. So again, continue to work in the zone. It's great that there's a nursing school right there, and certainly there's been some luck recruiting some internationally educated nurses there and what have you. So it's a work in progress, there's no question about it, but we'll keep slugging.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess my next question is, can the minister provide a breakdown of how many new docs have come into Cape Breton and how many have left in the last year?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
I should have known I should have had a tab for Cape Breton. It's okay. I will get that for the member. It's a great question. I know certainly anecdotally it seems that there's a number of people coming in through the Nova Scotia Facebook page and those types of things, and certainly my my conversations with the MLAs from down there, but we'll be happy to get that. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you. I could have been more specific about that, Mr. Chair, through you to the ministers. That a breakdown of. I just don't want family docs. I was looking for kind of doctors, especially in all areas. I know Cape Breton, if you could provide CBRM so much bigger in the sense of it being a municipality, but if you could provide a breakdown of CBRM and then the island, that would be great. My next question is kind of the same question around nursing. So through you, and I know the minister will probably not have this, and she can respond if she does, so it would be great. If you could provide a breakdown of the number of nurses that have started in the CBRM, a breakdown of the number of nurses that have started across Cape Breton, and how many nurses have left the profession.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll get that information, but it will be Eastern Zone. We'll do it by the zone, not just Cape Breton. We have to tuck the rest in just a little, if you don't mind.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Okay, so that will that be through you, and the minister can just nod. Is that for the doctors too as well? Okay. All right, we'll have to figure out the information for the island. Okay, so there's only 11 minutes left. I appreciate the minister's opportunity to answer some of my questions. I'm going to concede the last 11 minutes to my colleague from the member from Cumberland North.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my last few questions today that I'd like to ask the minister are around governance. And I'm wondering if the minister can let us know, is there any plan to reinstate or to put in place a new Health Authority board? And the reason I ask that question is if you read the Health Authorities Act, that is how the governance structure is laid out in the Health Authorities Act, that there is supposed to be a board of directors governing Nova Scotia Health. So I'm wondering if the minister can provide an update for us today. One of the reasons that I think this is important to have an answer for is that there's certain committee structures that came off of that provincial board, specifically for things like safety, quality management, and without having the board and those board committees in place for Nova Scotia Health, there's been some concern that there's been some deficiencies without that governance structure in place. And at a grassroots level, where what we're hearing, myself and other MLAs in the province, is when patients come to us or family members with concerns and complaints and they issue that complaint in through Nova Scotia Health, not everyone's getting a response. So going back to quality control and knowing that that is actually a committee that comes from the governance structure of the board, and without the board being in place for over 3 years now, I'm wondering what the department's plan is for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So we recently appointed a new administrator to Nova Scotia Health, and under the Act allows for an administrator in other than a board, and so for the foreseeable future, we'll continue to use that model. I will say as well, the current administrator has a long history in healthcare. The individual has a nursing background and actually was the CEO of the Canadian Patient Safety Institute for a number of years. So we're in good hands. That administrator functions as a board would function, and certainly has a background that allows them to look at the quality and safety information that comes, amongst other metrics as well. And certainly patient feedback line is part of that information that we get, and folks are able to either phone that line, but they're also able to email as well. And so for the foreseeable future, will remain in that model.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for letting us know and giving us that answer. I'm wondering if the Minister can let us know what is the plan now that we know that the Administrator is going to be kept in place. What is the plan to ensure the governance structure of the committee work that was part of the Health Authority's Board of Directors for things like quality assurance here in healthcare, quality improvement committees as well. And I'm wondering, in line with this question, if the Minister can speak to her government's plan around local decision-making in healthcare. And we didn't hear much about this in the last election, but in the previous election, that was one of the platform pieces to bring back local decision-making in healthcare. Also was brought up for schools as well, and we didn't see that. But this is an important issue. It matters in small communities, Mr. Chair, that people know there's someone that they can go to when there's a problem. And years ago, under the direction of Premier Ham, there were 9 health authorities in the province. Some would say that was the best model of healthcare that we've seen. And certainly most people don't want to go back to what we used to call in healthcare the savage days. And those were really rough years here in the province. But under the direction of John Ham, Premier Ham rather, there were 9 health authorities. And each health authority had their own CEO and their own local board. And the local board was made up of local community members. So if there was a concern around staffing of nursing or doctors or problems consistently with the hospital, community members knew they could go to those community health board members and share their concerns. Where now there's not that same governance structure. So people can call their MLA offices, but that's not the same. It's not the same, Mr. Chair, as when you have local community members. Now, under Premier McNeil, when he brought in 2013, I guess, when he took that away and brought in the Health Authorities Act a year later and centralized healthcare, he removed those 9 health boards and brought 1 health board. But now there's no health boards. There's no local or central. There's no health boards here in the province at all providing any community representation in our healthcare system. And I just want to add a little note that's just to give you an idea, and for any of the MLAs here that are from small communities like I am, you might be able to understand or relate how your people in your area would feel if this happened. So our regional hospital had a long hallway when you came in it had the pictures of all of the former chief of staffs, all the physicians for years. And it was something that people were proud of. You'd see, might have been from back 1990 or 1980, and you'd reminisce about that medical chief of staff. And a few months ago, all those pictures were removed from our hospital. It really upset the local staff and the local foundation. And even a picture of former Premier Roger Bacon, who happened to be the chair of the hospital when our hospital was built, that he chaired the foundation to raise the funds for Cumberland Regional to be built. Even his picture was taken down. And when someone asked why, they said, oh, it's fire code. Or no, it was to do with COVID. They said that it was infection control, which, I don't know, Mr. Chair. The reason I make that point is in our local communities, having local community engagement and local decision-making does matter. And I'm asking these questions because they matter to the people in my area, and I believe they matter to the people around Nova Scotia, but they also matter from a governance structure. So I'll bring it back to the very first part of my question, leave 2 minutes to close, is the what about the quality control committees and those governance structures that were in place as part of the health board that was removed 3 or 4 years ago and now we're hearing is not going to be reinstated?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you, and I want to assure the member that there are, local folks in most of the hospitals who are the site managers who are working really hard, as well as with community organizations as well. And so we do want local voice, and certainly we work at a zone to make sure that the needs of communities are addressed and the community health boards as well. Yeah. Is everyone okay if I read my resolution? Great. Okay, so be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $5,976,833,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $8,627,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of Healthcare Professionals Recruitment pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand?
Carried.
The resolution is stood. Order. Seeing that there is a minute and a half left, I ask, is there unanimous consent to deem the 4 hours concluded?
Agreed.
Agreed. The time allotted for consideration of supply has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report for business of the House. We're in recess.
order. The Committee of the Whole on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met, has made some progress, and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, would you please call Resolution 5?
Resolution 5, I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid with 32 minutes left.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I correct? I think I have 32 minutes left on clock.
That's exact, yep.
Just double checking. Thank you, Speaker.
No, that's correct.
So, Speaker, we're debating Resolution 5. And when I began speaking before we broke for the weekend, I proposed a series of questions through which we can examine the question of, is a change necessary? And just a quick recap. We sat with the question of, all right, we have this process. Should we change it? And I propose that the first test is a question of, does the process as it stands frustrate the greater good? And I won't retread all the ground that I presented there, but we reasonably can answer that the answer to that question is no. The current process doesn't frustrate our ability as a House collectively to work towards the greater good. I asked the question, or proposed the question, is a simpler process necessarily a better one? And when we look at what this process that we're proposing to change governs, what it supports, given the gravity of the work involved, the answer, Madam Speaker, is no. A simpler process in this case, but it's more streamlined or efficient, is not superior to the process it aims to replace. And the third test I proposed is a question of whether or not the work of this legislature, because of the current process, is it truly onerous for members of this House? And when we consider the number of days that this legislature sits, in reference to the number of days that similar houses across the country sit, when we look at what we are able to accomplish in the limited days that we do sit, it seems reasonable to respond to that question, no, the work of this legislature is not onerous. And when we look at that three-question test, it begs the question of whether or not a change in process is warranted at this time. Speaker, we've heard from various members of the government speak very proudly of the mandate with which they've been entrusted by the people of Nova Scotia following the general election in November. We understand as the official opposition that the people of Nova Scotia have given that mandate. We respect it. And we understand the enthusiasm of the government to deliver on the mandate that they've been handed by the people of Nova Scotia. That's legitimate. But from this side of the House, Speaker, it feels a little bit like this government may be a little too enthusiastic, a little too intoxicated with the win, perhaps to think as clearly as they might about whether or not these changes are necessary or desirable. Well, Speaker, I know it was Friday and some may not have been paying attention, but my history as an English teacher is going to come back here again. I teach Romeo and Juliet, and I think the character of Romeo offers us an interesting metaphor for the government. Those of you who are unfamiliar with the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet may not know that Romeo did not begin the tale in love with Juliet. As a matter of fact, he begins to play in the absolute doldrums because the object of his affection, Rosaline, and in Romeo's words, there's no fairer on the face of planet Earth, no more precious, no more sweet, no more wonderful He's absolutely head over heels for Rosaline. And this government during the election was gaga for a Rosaline of its own. It was passionate about fixing healthcare. It was passionate about working on creating good-paying jobs for the people of Nova Scotia. It was passionate about housing and affordability for Nova Scotians. It had eyes for no other, Madam Speaker. It was head over heels, no doubt. The only one for me is the Rosaline of healthcare, good-paying jobs, housing, and affordability. And understandably, all those things are hot, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Very sexy.
However, somehow, some way, this government seems to have lost its eye for Rosaline and happened upon Juliet.
As a story goes.
Suddenly, the passion and zeal for healthcare and good-paying jobs and housing and affordability was a major shift in the throne speech. All of a sudden, we were all a titter about resource extraction, about restricting oversight and accountability, about centralized control over any number of aspects of life in Nova Scotia. Post-secondary education, research, and the list goes on. And to those watching, Madam Speaker, it seems confusing how the zeal of the government for one set of priorities could suddenly be replaced for its zeal for a completely different set of priorities. Thank you for your indulgence of my metaphor. Those of you unfamiliar with the tale may not know that Romeo has a confidant, a father figure who's not his father, but whom he often seeks advice as a young man given to deep and changing passions. And that leader's name in his life is Friar Lawrence. And Friar Lawrence gives Romeo some interesting advice about his sudden change of passion. To go from loving Rosaline to pledging to be married in secret to his new love, Juliet. And Friar Lawrence says to Romeo, "These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die like fire and powder, which as they kiss consume. The sweetest honey is loathsome in its own deliciousness, and in the taste confounds the appetite. Therefore, love moderately. Long love doth so. Too swift arrives as tardy as too slow." And for those of you who are no fans of Shakespeare, I'll paraphrase. Friar Lawrence implores Romeo to slow his roll. He doesn't say, don't be in love with Juliet. So if the government has had a change of heart about what's at the core of its mandate, we're not trying to tell the government not to have priorities. It sets those in and of itself. But how fast, how quickly, how aggressively it pursues those priorities, that's another question. Sometimes making big change on a dime goes bad. And there are negative consequences. That's effectively what Friar Lawrence urges Romeo to consider in pursuing his love for Juliet. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to tell you that this House continues to have the ability at this point to adjust its pursuit of these changes. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that Romeo sadly did not heed the advice given to Friar Lawrence. Most people know Romeo and Juliet as a sappy romance, but it's a tragedy. Because Romeo and Juliet, despite their best of intentions, despite their passions, never find the thing that they set out to find.
Right.
And it ends in absolute tragedy for them. But Madam Speaker, just as important, it ends in tragedy for their families, and it ends in tragedy for the city of Verona where they make their homes. Madam Speaker, my metaphor is a bit tongue-in-cheek, and I thank the members of the government for their good-natured listening to this metaphor. But I encourage them to consider this. The price for these changes are not merely borne by us who reside here in this House. The price that's paid for these changes will be paid for by the people of Nova Scotia. The price will be paid by the limited ability of the people to have their voices heard through elected representatives. It will be paid for by the people of Nova Scotia who have limited ability to offer input and propose amendments to legislation in the public interest. It would be a shame to see a government with such a sacred trust, with 43 seats in this House, to rush ahead, to make rash changes, and deliver on recently made promises that the people of Nova Scotia did not give them this mandate to achieve. And so, as we take time to ponder whether or not a change to process is warranted, and I think as fairly and respectfully as I can, I've proposed some things to think about to show that it's not. The process before us does not frustrate our collective ability to move quickly when called upon to do so. It's not inefficient. It allows for us to weigh the complexity of issues and the potential impact of legislation on the people that it will impose. It doesn't call on us to have unhealthy work-life balances as MLAs. We are able to do the work on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia without undue burden. So I would invite the government to consider whether or not this is the right change at the right time. I would invite the government, maybe this is something you want to think about and work towards in the future. But you have a number of newly elected people in caucus, and because of the size of that caucus, you have a near unchecked ability to move priorities forward with all due haste. Is it necessary to suppress debate, discussion, and process to move your priorities forward? And I would argue that it's not. Other speakers have echoed similar sentiments. Time expired on Friday as I was sharing one of the most important lessons I've benefited from in my process of growing up. I've heard it from family, I've heard it from mentors. There's no question this government's been charged with a great responsibility. I won't use the Spider-Man quote because you've heard it before. But power is a great revealer. Power shows us who people really are once they hold it. And so I ask the government to consider how they want to use this great power that they've been given by the people of Nova Scotia. You are already positioned to carry forward on priorities given to you by the people of Nova Scotia. But is it necessary? Do you need to use this power to limit the power of others that you share this house with? I'm a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition.
Yes.
I made the same affirmation, swore the same oath as anybody on the government side of this House. Yes. To be loyal to His Majesty and to the people of Nova Scotia. And the discharge of my disagreement or my opposition or my questions doesn't make me a special interest, it doesn't make me an enemy, and it doesn't make me an opponent. It makes me an essential part of the legislative process in this House.
Yes.
And the same is true for anyone who's ever sat on this side of the aisle. How does this government want to use its power? In this moment, sadly, it feels that this government is using its power in an aggressive way simply because it can. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, but it reminds me very much of a tacky 90s comedy called The Wedding Singer. And the character, whose occupation is a wedding singer, is ranting somewhat incoherently at a wedding he's been paid to sing at. And the audience heckles him, and he says something to the effect of, "I have a microphone and you don't, and you will listen to every word I say."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Tongue-in-cheek, Madam Speaker, the people of Nova Scotia did not hand this government a 43-seat majority to engage in wedding singer behavior. Power is not a hammer, and not everything is a nail to be driven.
That's right. That's right.
Another powerful lesson I've learned comes from my upbringing in a household where my dad was a minister. It's one of the most misunderstood scriptures and parts of the Beatitudes, and it goes a little something like this: "The meek shall inherit the earth." And we misunderstand meekness in our culture. Meek sounds an awful lot like weak to too many people. But meekness speaks to the conviction of holding power with humility and exercising power with consideration to those who do not have it. And so I don't know how many more ways it can be said. We recognize the power that you have. You are powerful, without question. How will you wield that power? Right now, to the people in this House and to many Nova Scotians who are filling our inboxes and yours with concerns about the exercise of your power, do not see the humility to wield power in ways that takes into consideration the needs of those who do not have what you do.
Right.
And I urge this House to consider whether or not that's the way that you want to be perceived. Whether the largest majority in the history of the Nova Scotia government will go down in history as brash, arrogant, self-absorbed, and only caring about getting it done at any cost. Or whether it will conduct itself with humility, with esteem for the entire legislative process, and for the members of this House that have a sworn duty to provide a necessary counterpoint to the government, not only in debate, but also in law amendments and in collaboration. Madam Speaker, this government does not have to be known in the way that many people have concerns about at this point. It has the power to demonstrate restraint. Madam Speaker, earlier today, the amendments proposed to Bill 1 demonstrate that this government is capable of restraint, of pulling back when the course that it's chosen turns out to not be what's best for Nova Scotia. As a member of the official opposition, I want to express my respect for that course of action. We've said plenty of pointed things about that proposed course of action. We've questioned it. We've criticized it. But the outcome of that is legislation that's better. Legislation that's appropriate and effective for the people of Nova Scotia. Had these rules changed, our ability to push back on that legislation would have been constrained, and maybe some of the food for thought that came up as a result of this process would not have informed a positive, necessary change that this government took to heart and put on the floor that we soon hope to be able to vote in favor of when it comes before the House. The process isn't broken. The process works. And each of us has a role to play in it. And so a government that has already demonstrated the character and the wisdom to step back from change that doesn't make sense and adopt something else instead. We're not asking the government to turn over its power or to resign or anything dramatic. We ask the government on this resolution to step back from this change that compromises in a way that will be very difficult to put right if enacted. We have the opportunity through debate to hear why we should, but also why we shouldn't. And so, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this time to speak on this. And I invite my colleagues in this House to weigh very carefully whether or not this change is the one that should be made at this time. I've tried as best as I can to put across my thoughts about why it shouldn't, why we should maintain the practices that we currently have. Because I believe this is not an idea that needs to be sensationalized, but it's one to be taken with great care. And I offer my remarks not only in a way that's respectful to you, Speaker, but in a way that's accessible to my colleagues. So I invite you all to consider your support for this proposed resolution. The official opposition will not support it if it proceeds, but I hope that these words give pause to the government, and perhaps prompts a moment of sober second reflection, and perhaps it will be withdrawn so that we can return to the practice as currently constituted and carry on with the important business that's before us as a House on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia, and waste no further time on a change that compromises our ability to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North, and I'm thinking you would like to speak because you've been standing for 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, rather. And yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak to the amendment proposed by the NDP caucus on Resolution 5. And as a reminder to all of us, Resolution 5 was tabled by the Government House Leader last week. And it's an amendment to the rules and the forms of the procedure of the House of Assembly. These amendments that have been proposed to the rules and forms of procedure have one purpose, and that is to limit debate here in this legislature. This tactic is known as time allocation. And when I researched it, Madam Speaker, it was interesting because I read several articles from CPAC, some from the Liberals criticizing the Conservatives and some from the Conservatives criticizing the Liberals and the NDP. But certainly whenever one government uses time allocation to diminish the voices of opposition, it is, many believe, an attack on our democracy. Madam Speaker, I stand to speak to this because I believe strongly in parliamentary democracy. I believe that it matters, and that if we don't ensure that we uphold it, that it will, once it starts to erode, it will be continuous. And we must do everything we can, Madam Speaker, to stand and uphold parliamentary democracy here in this province and in this country. In a parliamentary democracy, opposition members have an important responsibility, and that is to represent the voices of the people of this province. Our job is to speak up for the people, especially when the government is pushing laws that many Nova Scotians disagree with. Limiting debate doesn't happen every day, but when it does, it matters deeply. By silencing opposition voices, the government is silencing Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, by silencing opposition voices, the government is silencing Nova Scotians. This is anti-democratic, and it should deeply concern all of us. The German sociologist Robert Michels warned of this very kind of political maneuvering in his 1911 book entitled Political Parties, where he described the, quote, iron law of oligarchy. He argued that, quote, who says organization says oligarchy, meaning that over time, political structures tend to concentrate power in the hands of a few, often at the expense of true democratic representation. And what we are witnessing today, Madam Speaker, is a clear example of this theory in action. When debate is restricted, when dissenting voices are stifled, democracy suffers. And governing should be about transparency, accountability, genuine dialogue. Instead, the government is choosing to control over conversation, power over participation. And this is not just a procedural matter, it affects real people, real communities, and the future of our province, Madam Speaker. Imagine if previous governments had shut down debate on key issues that shaped our history. What if elected representatives had been unable to speak up on issues regarding workers' rights, healthcare, or education? Imagine if the McNeil Liberal government had done this.
Believe it or not, that's unparliamentary.
Oh, okay.
It should be taken from the book. It's only unparliamentary if he was still a member.
Okay, okay.
Oh, sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And imagine if the McNeil Liberal government had done this back in 2015, when the PC government was in opposition, when the now Premier himself, who was a known strong debater, often filibustered on bills that were controversial, such as Bill 148, that took so much away from the teachers of this province. I want to share an example with you, Madam Speaker. An example where the member from Pictou East and maybe some of the government MLAs could have the courage to ask him in private what has changed between then and now. I'll table this document, Madam Speaker, once I'm done. But I'm going to read this. Keep in mind, these are the words of the member from Pictou East from 2015. Quote, in this chamber here, we all come here at some point, and the rules are unknown to most of us when we first come. We try to learn the rules. From that side, they try to learn how to get what they want. From this side, we try to use the rules to make our points. But we're all trying to work within the rules. Last night, it was very entertaining to hear some of the back and forth. The government House Leader was so upset that the opposition was using tactics of bell ringing to send their message. Very offended by the bell ringing. I think there was a promise made at one point that it won't happen again, so we'll see. There will probably be a rule change. The irony of it is, why were the bells ringing? The bells were ringing because we were sitting in this chamber in the middle of the night. The opposition was using a tool available to it to send a message to people of what was happening here, probably to extend proceedings to the daylight hours when people could see, could turn on Ledge TV and come down here. 3 nights in a row, Mr. Speaker, 12:01 a.m. But it's an abuse of the rules to ring the bells? The ringing of the bells is an abuse, but the 12:01 a.m. is fine? That's the way this government sees the world? It just goes all the way through the things they do. And then he goes on to say, first, we had a gentleman, well documented, who wanted to appear before the committee, was in the red room with plenty of time to speak, and the vice chair of the Law Amendments Committee had it on his mind that no way was that going to happen. I don't know why, but that's something he had on his mind. He felt that it was his right. That was his rule. He was going to make that rule that the person was not going to speak. As the committee business went along, we tried to raise a motion there to let him speak, and the chairman used his rule, his right, to recognize one of his members put forth a motion. I'll carry on in the next page. Again, these are the words of the now Premier. It's not fine to me, it's not fine to the members on this side of the House, but it's politics, and it's politics at its worst. Now the sad reality is that the people with the mindset have the power to change the rules. They can use their majority to do whatever they want, and guess what? They are. And there will be a big price to pay for that, because many of the things they are trying to work on, that they are trying to address, they don't know how. And what do they do when they don't know how? They try to break somebody else down, break something else up, distract, divide. I will tell you, listen up. Because if you want to listen and pay attention, you might actually learn something, because every idea doesn't reside with you 30 people. Now, there's one rule in negotiating, and that rule is this. It's always better to negotiate.
Did I just hear the YOU word? Did I just hear that? Okay, sorry, we're having a conversation about unparliamentary language here. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, these are the words of the now Premier talking about the government. He was in opposition, and he's criticizing the government because they were trying to change the rules that opposition had. Now, there's one rule in negotiating. That rule is this. It's always better to negotiate with smart people, because smart people can realize how to get a deal done. When you are not negotiating with somebody who is smart on the other side of the table, it's difficult to negotiate. I think that's what we're seeing here with this legislation instead of negotiation. And I'll table this document. It goes on, but I think everyone gets my point. And I think that the Premier is a good man. And I think that he's forgetting. I encourage the Premier to go back and remember, read the words that I tabled, and remember what it was like in opposition. I sat with him right here in this row in opposition. And I remember meeting in that back room being so darn angry at the Liberals in government and how it felt in opposition that they wouldn't listen to anything we had to say in opposition, even though we were only conveying the words of the people that we represent and all Nova Scotians, and there was zero acknowledgement. And I'll never forget how that felt. And I know the member from Pictou East must remember that. He must remember that. I want to also table another document, and this is a Facebook post that the member from Pictou East made on May 7th from 2015. And it says, "Dear Diary, they figured it would be a 5-minute Law Amendments Committee meeting, in and out. It wasn't. This morning, the CBC called it a one-man filibuster. It wasn't. It was a team filibuster done in support of thousands of people. done in support of thousands of taxpayers. Quote, but Tim, I still don't understand. Why did you talk for over 4 hours? End quote. The answer, because I care. Because we care. I just wish it mattered to the people that should care. And I'll table this document, which is a copy of the member from Pictou East Facebook post from 2015, when he was a member in opposition, bringing forth the voices of the people of this province on an important matter, on Bill 148, and this province should never forget that time. I was not an elected member at that time, but it's the first time that I ever heard tell of Law Amendments Committee, and I will never forget watching it on television for hours and hours on end. I was amazed what was happening here in this House. It was a real example of parliamentary democracy in power. And you know what? I was proud. I was proud of the member from Pictou East and his leadership in opposition and standing up for the teachers and standing up for the people in this province. Opposition have an important job to do in this House. And this resolution number 5, and the reason I support this amendment to the resolution is because the rules that the government are trying to do is doing nothing but trying to silence the voices in opposition. And no one knows better than the member from Pictou East the importance of opposition in a parliamentary democracy. Now, I've never sat in government, and I'm sure those members that are sitting in government will say, well, you don't understand. We have an important responsibility, and you can now understand what it's like. It's different now. It's different now that we're in government. But it's not. We're all equal in this chamber. Yes. Every seat matters. All 55. And I've sat in this chamber now, this is my 3rd term. First, as a member in opposition with the PC caucus. Second, as a member, as an independent member, but with colleagues with the NDP and the Liberal in opposition. And I want to just share an example that talks about the importance of the rules and why I'm speaking to this resolution and this amendment to the resolution, Madam Speaker. It's a little emotional to talk about it because this woman was very important to me. But when I first became an independent, you know, it's a little scary to come in this chamber and not be part of a team. It's not normal. And I was given the privilege of hiring a legislative assistant. And the person that came to me was a young woman who used to work for the PC caucus. And when I was a member of the PC caucus, I was a health critic, and she was the health researcher. So now here we are, me as an independent, no longer part of the PC caucus, and her no longer part of the PC caucus team. And here's the two of us here in this legislature working together as independents, trying to bring forth the voices for the people of Cumberland North. And I'll never forget the Liberals. It was the first time in I don't know how many years that the Liberals were in opposition. And they weren't used to being in opposition. And they really didn't understand the tools that we have in opposition. We don't have many tools in our tool chest over here. Yeah. We have the ability to stand and speak to bills and resolutions. We have the ability to ask for a recorded vote and ring the bells. Sometimes that's all we have to make a point. And that first session, when I came here as an independent and the Liberals were in opposition for the first time, the government, they were new and they had a lot of ideas. And one of the things that was done repeatedly was removing boards on many government organizations. And there was a definite move of centralization of power. And a lot of people in this province didn't agree with it. And I remember getting a text message from a good friend saying, Why aren't the opposition members protesting? Why aren't they ringing the bells? Why aren't they filibustering? Well, part of it was because they hadn't been used to being in opposition and they didn't know the rules. But you know who knew the rules? My assistant, because she had worked with the caucus for so many years. And she would send me a text. She goes, hoist the bill, hoist the bill. She knew all the tools that we had in our tool chest in opposition. And the next session, the next time we were in the legislature, sadly, she was gone. She had passed away from a brain aneurysm, and I didn't have her with me anymore. But the next session, the Liberals knew how to be a strong opposition. And I'll never forget, there was a bad bill being brought forward. When I say bad, I mean that it wasn't well thought through, and a lot of Nova Scotians didn't like it. And all of a sudden, the Liberal members were filibustering, they were ringing the bells, and I went out to the library and I was met by one of the Liberal staff, Ray. And he looked me in the eye with tears in his eyes and he said, Elizabeth, I know what to tell my members to do now because of Kate. He said, she taught me. He said, and I want you to know. I want you to know that I'm doing this and know my job, and I know the tools at the tool chest for opposition members because of her. And I want to bring that up today, Madam Speaker, to honor her knowledge of this House. She loved the legislature and loved the legislative process. And opposition play an important role in this democracy. And knowing the rules and using the very few limited tools that we have and using them well matters. Now, I also wanted to table a document, and I wanted to acknowledge the government House Leader that tabled this resolution. No one was better at filibustering in this chamber than the member from Halifax Atlantic. And I can't give a speech about this without saying that, because it's the truth. And no one was harder in this chamber on the member from Pictou East than the member from Halifax Atlantic. So the irony that this is the member that tabled this resolution is really actually hard to understand. Now, we know that the government has the power. We know that the government has the power to do this, but I hope that some of the things that I share will maybe give people a chance to reflect, to have second thought, sober second thought. There's one other point I wanted to make, because I believe it's important, especially for the newer MLAs here in the House. The way the work is done in this legislature is not the way the work has to be done. There's a lot of legislatures across this country that do collaborative legislative work. And Prince Edward Island is one of those provinces. Former now Premier Dennis King just retired last Friday. I'll never forget going to a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting and meeting one of the Green Party MLAs from PEI. And we got talking about our experience, and we got talking about bills and the process, and she shared with me that Premier King and his team in government would share every government bill with the caucus of the two opposition parties months before the government bill was tabled in the legislature. I know, I was like, that is how it should be done. Yes, and the government would ask the opposition party caucuses to look at the bills, provide feedback and suggestions on how the bills could be made better, with the overarching goal that legislation is for the people of Nova Scotia and that all elected MLAs have valuable input from the people that they represent. And I have always had so much respect for Premier Dennis King, for his approach to the legislative process in PEI. And I want to share that story because sometimes you only know what you know. You don't realize that, because I was talking to some of the newer members last week and they just said, you know, this is not what I expected. And I feel bad for them because of their disappointment. And their disappointment is in the sort of the lack of respect and the lack of democratic process here in the legislature, and sort of the demeaning of opposition members here in this chamber. And I said to them, I said, don't give up hope. I believe inherently that it does not have to be this way, that there is such a thing as good government, and that it can be done better. And I will hold on to that hope that we can do better and value every member that's here in the legislature here. So I'll just finish off with a couple last comments. Again, the reason that I support this amendment to Resolution 5 is that I believe when debate is restricted, when dissenting voices are stifled, democracy suffers. Governing should be about transparency, accountability, and genuine dialogue. And when the government is instead controlling conversation and having power over participation, it's not just a procedural matter, it affects real people, real communities, and the future of our province. Earlier I quoted Michael's. I want to share another quote from him as we finish off. He also wrote that, quote, leaders always emerge, but they become the masters rather than the servants of the masses. Let me read that again. Leaders always emerge, but they become the masters rather than the servants of the masses. We as citizens must hold our government accountable to ensure that we serve the people rather than suppress them. The ability to debate, discuss, and challenge authority is a cornerstone of democracy, and it should be protected at all costs. Nova Scotians deserve better. We deserve a government that respects democratic principles, that values discussions, that upholds the right of every elected representative, every single one, all 55 of us, to speak freely on behalf of the people we serve. This is not just about parliamentary rules. This is about the very essence of democracy. The question is not whether we agree or disagree with the laws being debated. It's about whether we believe in the fundamental right of elected officials to represent us without obstruction. If we allow this kind of political maneuvering to become normal, what comes next? We must all raise our voices, demand transparency, and insist on a government that respects democracy rather than manipulates it. The future of Nova Scotia's democracy depends upon it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I only have a couple minutes to get started, so I'd like to first address not the previous speaker, but the one before that. We heard some great quotes from Shakespeare. I'm sure he was a tremendous English teacher, but I have some quotes from Shakespeare myself. First, "Thou doth protest too much" is the first one, and that's from a great play, my favorite. I know he likes Romeo and Juliet. By the way, how'd that end for the Stars? Not so good. I like Hamlet. I like Hamlet. Hamlet's my favorite. I've always been impressed with Hamlet. He talked in the first part of his speech on Friday about the NDP government in British Columbia, where they have time allocation and they have closure. And he said, well, that's a new government. It hasn't been there that long. They've been there since 2017, and they haven't changed time allocation, and they haven't changed that. Right?
Things that make you go.
Huh. So, like, they've been there for quite a while. And 3 months ago, they used both time allocation and closure on a housing bill. So it's a tool they use to get their agenda through because they have a government they're pushing. So that's an NDP government, right? I know we don't have much time left, but I'm going to go on when we start the next time and talk about how it's used in the House of Commons, how it's used in other provinces, how it's used in Westminster. It's a tool used by many governments in parliamentary democracies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. I paused for a couple seconds because I'm starting to get very perturbed with the official opposition, with the scouring looks and the yelling out when somebody else is talking. Everybody's behaving for the most part. We can pick this up tomorrow, but I'm getting sick of it. Order. We have reached the time of adjournment. We stand adjourned until Tuesday, February 25th from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m.